Alright, so let's continue with the Mario Maker segment of this stream. After having set aside what we've seen so far of the Strikers Battle League demo, this will of course be a shorter stream, probably. We never quite know, in fact, so I'll just be picking a couple of selections I've wanted to catch up on in my personal queue. Probably just some puzzles at first, since we're currently still on my Pro Controller. And, well, I mean, we can always switch controllers as necessary if I feel like it eventually, but try to get a couple of puzzle solutions today and then maybe get through some other recent levels from friends, followed makers, whoever, as time permits. But we'll take it fairly patiently and take a look at something from early May by LupinTube, the second and, in reality, third account from Lupin Snoop, if you count the troll account that is just kind of set aside for levels themed after Greta Garbo. Caution, watch for falling P. This construction site had a 6-piece low-budget puzzle, which is one of the latest ongoing contests, but it got Thanos to 3, so there will be 3 elements here. In some fashion, I would guess that at least one of them is a P-switch. Let's see how it goes. Okay, so we have a falling P, and we have a construction site. That's just purely decoration, I think. Interestingly enough, it looks like we have to ignite the bomb, because this being Maker 2, you cannot enter this kind of pipe. You can in Maker 1, but here not so much. I would assume that if you hit a P-switch, you would drop fire into bomb, and that would blow up the block, and that basically works as a tutorial segment. We're going to buy change character, but I'm already Toadette. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, you just bumped the P from below, and that's a crush. Great. Okay, here is the main heart of the puzzle. By the looks of it, we just probably bump the P as it's coming down. The P has to be off track for you to do that, and the column here kind of controls its location. There's a checkpoint that's going to register the on-off switch. So yeah, the point of this puzzle is, first of all, we want to switch things to the off state, because that will allow me to continue from checkpoint, probably. And from checkpoint, perhaps you're supposed to flick that into the off state. Well, anyway, access to the top left is going to be what we're eventually moving towards. If hitting this P first is wrong, that means that we would have to reset back through here. The vine block under the bomb makes this act purely as a reset. So let's think about the objective here. We should try to exit the pipe. P-switch would freeze the conveyor belt as well, which is probably telling me that not only do I need to grab the mushroom at some point, but in order to pass the conveyor belt, I would actually need to be small. But I can't have the P-switch active because the P-switch would block the entire row that's above the conveyor belt. So the whole bottom right basically tells me that the solution involves being the small Toadette and no longer having the mushroom. Question block is attached to a vine. If we can get something like an up throw to that location, we would be able to spawn a vine that allows me to climb. So far, though, no luck with that. Now, does the P-switch always bump in the same direction? No, it doesn't. It can be dispensed of here, which means that I can take it up like this. And now, I guess we can see what's attached to all this. But yeah, P-switch... I think I actually want to stand in that location there and get dunked. If I understand this correctly, No, stepping on a P-switch above is just going to land me on top of the block. Now that's interesting, that you would unlock precisely those. Now, having cleared that out of the way, I wonder if there's going to be some kind of spawn block involved. Also, I guess there was all this over here. Because we know that that would remain open. So yeah, it seems that the facing direction is going to matter for this P-switch here. That we can grab that. We're able to do that. Interestingly enough, that means I can hit the on-off switch and then that stops the P. Interesting that it gets dislodged like that. Now, if I respawn in at this point, then we get into this room in the off state. And we'll see what that gets me. Nothing. Except, perhaps, the ability to get through this slot here. Or rather, raise the mushroom, perhaps. Now, why would I want to up-throw into the mushroom? I don't think I would, necessarily. Yes, I would, because then if you pop the mushroom over to the left side here, then I can use the P-switch to drop it. No, I can't. Never mind. I should not have jumped into that, in fact. Throwing the P-switch up from a stationary position should have been able to move it into the desired location. Yeah, so facing right in the wall allows me to grab the P-switch on the left. So the facing direction is going to matter, but the problem is that we don't have a good follow-up for this after bumping the mushroom. So let's think about that for a moment. Now, would I want to hit the P-switch at some point? That's something I have to consider. Alright, so the P-switch bumps into that location. The fact that I can grab the P-switch from this location is something we shouldn't discount. If I step on a P-switch here, I get to move up by a block. What does that give me? It gives me the ability to just climb up the vine, except for the fact that the P-switch blocks all of this stuff. Now, I should be able to continue from this point, though. I would think. Actually, no. That's how we do it. We bump the P first, and then we bump the mushroom. Because then it will fall through. That would allow me to reach. And that would allow me to get up here. And also punch that out. Now the question will be, at this point, how do I lose the mushroom? Starting a checkpoint here allows me to... first of all, mushroom should be able to destroy this block. That smashes everything up. Now, I need to figure out whether there's some kind of crush interaction that I can get. Something that will maybe push me into a location that will squish me. Yeah, because jumping onto a P-switch here would just trap me in this middle location. One thing we haven't considered is resetting out of this so we can, with the mushroom now, do something new with the P-switch perhaps on the right side in the on state. So let's try it. In fact, we can probably bump the P-switch onto... Whoops, I was hoping to not grab it and bump it onto this track here, because if we did that, perhaps I would be able to use the P-switch to squish myself down a block at some point. Yeah, let's not take it with us. That would be a bad idea. Given that we do want the P-switch to be repositioned onto a track. Anyway, we'll let the P do its thing. And we'll do a head bump to this location. Okay, yeah, and we use P in conjunction with the vine to get crushed. The P would crush me into bottom right. Okay, into top right, rather. Within 50 seconds? I think we would be able to do it. I do know the sequence now. Sequence, in fact, seems fairly clear. Come on. It's just a matter of doing it quickly enough. Climb here. Grab the P. Oh, no. Because you need to get the P onto the track. Okay. Never mind then. That is not how to do it. I would need to get the P back into a track for a crushing position. So the question is, how do I get up there to activate the vine block? Now the question may be, partly moot here and that. No, you would need a mushroom to break out of here once you restart from checkpoint, as we are going to do. I was hoping to get this in one segment. I'm probably just missing one step here that I didn't perceive quickly enough. Yeah, so the objective at this point is that we know how to... Whoops. We know how to get all of that stuff destroyed on the right side. By the way, that does involve stepping on a P at some point. That's something that we should consider. That was not relevant to me previously because we didn't have to deal with it. Anyway, let's crush this guy. P-switch activation allows me to go up. Okay, great. I think I need a P-switch active... Okay, no, I can't reset into this room with the P-switch active, which was the kind of thing I was looking for. Yeah, because I want the P to dunk me here. Now the question is, what do we do about this donut block on the right side? Because that's one step that we haven't put together either. So currently we know how to get the P onto the top track. We don't know how to activate this thing without use of the P. But if perhaps, I mean, the whole level is watch out for falling P. If we manage to perhaps put it like halfway on a donut block, then drop down and then do a head bump, could we get it to land on a track when it's no longer in a track space? I don't think we could. I think if the P starts out into track's layer, once it is off the track's layer, I don't think I can get it back on, but there are a couple of interactions that we haven't quite thought about here, so. So the question is, from this position, what have we not considered that would allow me to get up top? It's not going to be the up throw. Because the issue with the up throw is that the P lands on a donut block up above. Oh, okay, no. If I tap the P into the up throw, perhaps... I wonder if that would do anything for me. Let's think about this carefully. Is there any reason to put the P back on the left at this point? I don't think so. Is there any reason to juggle the P that way? Probably not. Yeah, because once the P loses its wings... Well, let's see. Yeah, so it's off the tracks layer now. Once it's off the tracks layer, it doesn't have a way to really get back on unless you perhaps... I mean, I can also destroy the P, but then it would force a reset anyway. And hitting the P, of course, would not do anything for me because the idea is that I need to be able to get up to this position Now, perhaps there is a way to do it. I haven't figured out what to do with this donut block in the middle yet. That seems to be the missing piece here. Why would I want to go up this center column? Because this center column would allow me to come up here with a divine, but currently we haven't even used divine as part of the solution, so... that seems to be the one thing to figure out here is divine order. So yeah, P we can get up to this location right away. And then it gets to the crusher location. I wonder if there's something else you can do with it before we get to that point that would allow it to displace me. Yeah, stepping on a P at this point would not do anything for me, I don't think. It would just displace me completely. Do we see some kind of way to do a remote activation of the P? I don't think so. Gets back on track if we do it that way. Now, we haven't... Okay, no, this is what we can do. We can use the P to push me through here. That's how to do it. It's actually very simple. Okay, we've solved it. We've solved it. That was the only missing step, was to use the P in that intermediate location as a pushing device. Fairly easy going after that, in fact. In fact, I wonder if I can take the P with me into the next room. I would like to do so. I see no reason I can't. And indeed, that's what you need to do in order to get the clear, except... Oh, there we go. Alright, that works too. That's GG. Always a very fancy GG screen at the end of a loop puzzle. And we'll catch up on some of these at some point. It's been a while since I've caught up on Loop's account. I did see a bit of this one, Rhythm Heaven Jumping Jam, being constructed on stream last week, but we'll try to prioritize a couple of puzzles today first, because we don't know how long they'll take. And we'll see where we go from there, so... Let's take a look at what Krakowski's been up to. Krakowski had, unfortunately, all of his likes reset not long ago. Some of these are re-uploads, I think, but I don't remember which ones I had done previously. Maybe I would if I walked into them. So why don't we just continue with where we had last left off. It hasn't really been that long. I think at least some of these were re-uploads of things that I had seen, but maybe it really has been that long since I've caught up to some of these. So let's just do what we can. Hold my donut. There's nothing quite like a donut to go with your hot beverage. Let's see it. Yeah, some of these titles I do recognize, so maybe they are re-uploads that we have solved previously, but anyway, here's the best item in the game, the Goomba Mask. Reach the goal while wearing the Goomba Mask. Well, having the flower accessible to me here allows me to walk through the icicle. This door, what is this door all about? This is going to be a crate puzzle of sorts. Now, keep in mind that if you wear the Goomba Mask, you cannot actually hold an object. That seems to be the operative part of this puzzle here. That's we are to eventually get through here. But we need to do so in a way that allows me to move the crates over and keep the Goomba Mask while doing so. Interestingly enough, so what happens if we try to block the donut respawn? Does the donut come back? Given its collision in 3D World, it does not. That's really important. Also, the fact that we can move flowers is probably also important, because perhaps we can use the flower to block the donut block afterwards. Take damage here, maybe go for a grab, but then before the donut block gets respawned, the flower moves into position. So that's why this puzzle is called Hold My Donut. Here's the problem. If we take an additional point of damage, yeah, okay, if we take an additional point of damage, then I cannot go back to the Goomba because the icicle would still be in place. Because here's the problem. The icicle does break, but now we can't take enough damage to head over to the Goomba. So it will be entirely about trying to block this location while retaining the means to proceed. So we know that the end state here is that we do need 2 blocks placed here. And of course, with the Goomba hat, we will not be able to go through the icicle unless it has been broken previously, so we would be trying to get up through here. Now, with the Goomba hat, though, we are able to punch through the flower, which might lead to some interesting implications here, because grabbing the flower respawns another flower. So, for example, if we dropped into this location here, then notice this little overlap. That would then allow me to now probably take an additional point of damage, because we have the ability to... Oh, never mind. We do not have the ability to grab that crate. I didn't expect the donut to respawn there, in fact. I was hoping to come back here and then do the flower displacement strategy that we had earlier, but now that will not be possible on this run, so... But I have an approximate approach here that we should consider. Ah, I see. It's if you try to jump through, that you would knock the crate up in such a way that the donut block is allowed to respawn. If, however, you roll out the right side, then the donut does not respawn. So, that's how we do it. We loop around. We then move the flower. And we just cycle around it twice. We'll see what I mean in just a moment. Leave the flower in that position. Ah, okay. It's okay, because if I grab the Goomba hat now, it's going to respawn from the pipe. So we actually want the Goomba hat twice. Losing it allows me to place the crate. In fact, losing it like this allows me to then grab the flower. Oh, whoops. I was hoping to pop out here, and then we wanted the flower in this state. Okay. I was counting on having the fire flower at that point, but that was not the case. So let's say we grab the fire flower. No. We are kind of back to the same state we were in previously. I think what we need to do is we need to kind of pre-stack a flower on top. And gradually kind of lower the stack as we take blocks away. Yeah, if you displace the box at all, that's not going to work. So let me just figure out mechanically how I'm going to get the box to stay in place. Yeah, you kind of need to face right, roll out. Ah, no, I take the Goomba hat. in fact. Because then we remain big. That was the missing step. Then we push the flower. And then we go back. We can take 2 hits. Pretty much. And then we block that location using the flower. We move the crate out, but then grab the Goomba hat in order to take damage. Because we need to take 2 points. We move the crate over here. Then we go back to the Goomba hat and we finish the puzzle. Hey, there we go. That's it. And that is going to be a clear. We all jump up to the top of the flag. Yeah, it was just a matter of using the Goomba hat as an extra damage buffer as soon as you realize that it is going to respawn from the pipe. And it was just a matter of slotting that move into the correct location. Let's do some more. Using binoculars, you spot Yoshi stranded again. Deserted Yoshi revisited. So it looks like this is an additional puzzle corresponding to the conditions of one of the puzzle contests from late last year that we played many selections from previously. Let's see it. Reach the goal while riding Yoshi? Okay, that's gonna try to fall and dunk you. Oh, I see, it's just a door blocking piece. That happens to be very aesthetically placed, as we often expect of a Grokowski level. Notice that main world is going to be built on a half-screen camera, which doesn't affect anything because we have the ceiling here anyway. I guess it's just a matter of camera control, so nothing scrolls up or down. Okay, Mushroom is bound to the blaster. We know that. We also know that Fire Flower appears to be the only way to get through these blocks over here. Perhaps it says Mushroom Fire Flower because it actually fires a conditional power-up, such that if you grab the mushroom and respawn into this room, you would see a Fire Flower spawn there instead, and not scroll anywhere useful. Let's see if we're correct about that. Yes, we are. Can we obtain it? Not yet, we can't. But if we take damage from the Muncher, we're able to get up to Yoshi. And then we can think about that how. So let's say we stand at a Muncher, jump up here, and then that allows me to come back and grab a mushroom. Yeah, POW is probably not accessible until I bust it open with a flower. Flower is also required to open up that ice coin block on the right side. Now that's an interesting twister. If you release the coin from the ice block, I wonder if the twister allows it to... well, I mean, the POW would activate a coin drop. So the POW would not only eliminate the Muncher, but it would activate a coin drop that would allow the coin from the ice block on the right side to drop on top of the note block. And so eventually we'll be doing something like that, except we would need to figure out a way to get across here with the Fire Flower in tow. I think the idea is that we actually want to consume a Fire Flower, spit it across to the right side, and in doing so, we come across here, grab a Fire Flower, and then pop this. Once we pop that, then we're able to crouch across while big to get across over here. And so yeah, we will be spitting a flower to the right side eventually, which means that I will need to get back into a mushroom state, but then somehow get Yoshi to swallow a flower that is being shot forward. We'll need to think about that. I mean, the thing is, once you consume one mushroom, you would be able to see the progressive power up due to rest, right? Like, it's going to shoot over here. So we just need to stand over here, actually, when we grab the mushroom instead. So let's take damage, for instance. The end result is that we want a flower in Yoshi's mouth. We're going to spit this way. Oh, no, we wanted to sit right here, in fact. I think I've got this mapped out. It's just a matter of the positioning at this point. Yeah, we grab the mushroom. We fire it. Oh, it's standing too close. And actually, we just need to grab it with the tongue. I should be able to grab it at that location. Yeah, I mean, we're not supposed to touch the flower anyway. I'm supposed to grab it with the tongue regardless, so we should actually be standing in the middle here, and we just need to watch the blast. Oh, and we need to tap it with the tongue as it's coming out. That's going to be a little tricky, I think, unless there's an easier way to do it, but regardless, Yoshi does need to cobble that up, so no matter what we do here, that's going to be part of the solution, unless we're supposed to. Nope. I wonder if there's a cleaner way to resolve that timing, perhaps. Or maybe create some kind of displacement that would take away the execution element of it. I think it is going to be something somewhat execution dependent, though. Yeah. You can control the timing by leaving the mushroom alive a bit longer and allowing the blaster to refresh its timing by grabbing the mushroom in your mouth first, I think. If you do that, it fires instantly. So instead of stepping on a mushroom like that, you just kind of take it off the field for a bit. Spit it back out. I don't know how to control the fire timing, in fact. That's one thing mechanically that perhaps I don't might get. It might be just based on the periodicity of the blaster. So we just need to figure out this thing here. It clearly should be within reach. Like, I should be able to touch it. It's just that I don't know what the timing is going to be. Like, it always catches me a bit by surprise. And I wonder if maybe brute forcing it like this is going to be the wrong idea. Notice also that the POW block is going to knock out the muncher in the bottom right, which is going to lower the twister. Which is interesting. Yeah, like, how do I predict the blaster firing cadence, I suppose? It's not something that I quite know. Like, we can clearly grab the mushroom. But then how do I get it to fire instantly? Let's actually switch through the door. Whoops, that's a mistake. That's a mistake. Let's just start over. Because if I grab a mushroom while coming in, perhaps, we would be able to do something useful. Anyway, we're back here. Because let's say I reset through this door. Jess Bunzo, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Can we get that instantly? Yeah, it's this position that I just can't quite perceive. I really suspect that there's some way to control that is not going to depend on guessing the timing. There should be a way to do it that's more reliable. So the objective that we're going for here right now is that we want to grab a mushroom. Once we grab a mushroom, this fires a fire flower. I want to grab a fire flower with Yoshi's tongue. I currently don't know how to do that. Maybe it requires some additional blocking piece or something. Ah, here's something we can do. We can use Yoshi as a blocking piece, perhaps, to displace the flower as it's coming out. So we grabbed a mushroom personally while dismounted. And perhaps we park Yoshi all the way over here, because Yoshi's collision in this game works in an interesting way sometimes. With power-ups, maybe not so much, but certainly with some of the held objects that you take with you. So we can park him here, for instance. Whoops. Just push him over. Perhaps we grab the mushroom like this and then see if the flower gets repositioned somehow. No, it doesn't. It hits Yoshi's feet. It kind of goes up here, but I want to create some kind of ceiling. Which we can do if we use the POW, in fact. Okay, so here's how we're going to do it. I'm going to try to actually obtain the fire flower instead of swallowing it first. We should be able to do it like this. Park in this location. Except, of course, that it's not going to spawn in that location. Yeah, you see. That's the issue. Is that you can't stand this close. If you stand this close, it doesn't come out. Well, that's interesting. One thing I should ask myself then is there anything else I can do with the mushroom? In general, though, I just need to maintain... Well, I need to manipulate this position here. It really seems like the flower should come out high enough. But it's not the case, so we're just missing that one step. Yeah, it always seems like these objects fire in such a way that allows you to touch them as they're coming out of the blaster in the adjacent column. But if you're standing on the adjacent column, it's not going to spawn. Then the question is, suppose we grab this and come back. I believe nothing spawns because that mushroom here is remembered as part of the state. Whoops. That was messed up once again. Didn't mean to send Yoshi up there. That does lock me out and force me to start this interaction over again. Oh, whoops. So yeah, that's the missing step right now. How do we grab the flower? Might be some weird finicky displacement thing. But the main issue is that I just don't see how that is timed. Yeah, if you come out here... Okay, we need to figure out some kind of systematic way of guessing this flower timing. Now, whoops, possibly by just watching the clock. Ah, we don't need to start over. We can just reset the room. That doesn't seem elegant enough for this kind of puzzle, though. That's you wouldn't have a reliable way to do this. Notice, too, this... Oh, I suppose the on-off switches on the left side are just there to complete the symmetry here. Just to make this look nice. Come back in. Yeah, maybe there's some way to get the Yoshi collision to work. So suppose we get Yoshi into this dismounted state, for instance. What would that affect? Probably not very much. I do strongly suspect, though, that... Yeah, there's something I don't understand about the blaster timing, basically. I need to understand how I can get the appearance of the fire flower to be something predictable so I can tongue into it right away. Maybe I just spam into it. No. That's much too trial and error. I don't think that's going to be it. There's got to be an interaction that allows me to grab it in specifically this location. I could potentially think about where I want to be spitting the mushroom, perhaps. Okay, because you got fire flower over here. Oops, lost Yoshi again. However, we can actually grab Yoshi on this side. Whoops, no we can't. Never mind. Not so successful there. Okay, we know how to get up to Yoshi. That's going to be pretty much a flat gain in power to get him out of there. The question is just how to push this flower out of the way. Or at least to get it to come up high enough on the bottom slope. So I've tried a couple of things. I've tried to pick up the mushroom directly. I've tried to spit it and pick it up in a separate location. We've tried to take it back through the door to see if the timing could be manipulated that way. I wonder if it's something game clock dependent, actually. Let's test that theory. If I'm correct, we want to be looking at a clock in increments of 5. That's kind of a very rough estimate, but no, that's not really going to work. I have my doubts about this, because it is not a solution becoming of a Grikowski puzzle to be thinking about this in terms of timing, rather than thinking about manipulating it somehow and changing its position or changing its behavior somehow. Like, we have to think about what kind of puzzle solution is sort of appropriately characteristic of what we usually see in this genre. Notice that we are able to grab the mushroom up in this location. I don't see why we would want to. perhaps if you leave Yoshi in kind of a middle position here. Or find some way to push him down below. Yoshi's gonna spawn too quickly to do anything to manipulate the egg. I doubt it's going to be that. Yeah, definitely kind of... Oops. Experiencing some tunnel vision when it comes to the first step here, where I'm assuming that we want to get Yoshi out of that position right away. There's really no disadvantage to doing so, as far as I can see. Oh! Yes, that's how you do it. You need to obtain the mushroom on the left side, because then the flower fires on the left side, and then you grab it. That's how to do it. Okay, that seems right. See, now that seems like an actual puzzle solution. I should have considered that much earlier. Usually you don't get stuck on something like that. Oh, oops, no, I didn't want to take it. I did not want to take it. That's okay, we understand the solution. Let's do it. I understand the whole thing now, in fact. We have everything mapped out. Okay. Yeah, once again, just a bit of tunnel vision. We didn't consider just taking Yoshi back up to the top position. Grabbing the flower this way. Grab the flower this way. We send the fire flower over to the right side. Nope, that's not it. We failed to swallow it accordingly. However, there's no reason why I shouldn't use fire on the ice blocks right away. On the left side. Because that would effectively save my progress, as well as give me access to the power, so... we may as well make a couple of changes to the pattern here. Whoops. No. Hang on. Let's do this again. Alright, if we tap this, we go up to the left side, grab Yoshi, reset through the door, grab the mushroom, send a flower to the left. Yoshi grabs flower. Okay, spin in this location. Yoshi grabs the flower. Now, let's bust this open. Whoops. And then have Yoshi take the POW back into this room. And then we're going to reset the whole sequence of events. Except now I will have gained progress by having the POW available. In fact, we don't even need to grab the POW because having broken open the ice, it would be available anyway. What we can do with it, though, we don't want to activate the POW until the ice block on the right side has been broken. So we're going to take it this way. No, we didn't want to do that. I wanted to grab it with the flower, so... let's redo it. Yeah, absolutely no advantage to taking the POW through. But we'll do it anyway, just to be stylish. Whoops, that was not what I wanted to do. Let's try it again. Anyway, but I feel like I effectively have it. We just need to grab the mushroom, do the same interactions before to reposition the flower. On the left side. Now, having access to the flower, we spit this way, but without obtaining the flower by mistake. Let's do some repositioning here. I need to be small anyway, so let's just do this. Nope. I didn't want to pick it up on the top corner there. I wanted to spit it across. But perhaps I can't do that. Perhaps I actually need to push Yoshi and the flower over and use Yoshi, or use the POW as a pushing tool, in fact. Okay, no, that's how we'll do it. That's how we'll do it. We'll first of all rethink all of this. And we'll do some fancy adjustments here. Anyway. Yeah, the idea is that I want to move the flower over to the right side. We can do that using the POW. Paxman, I'm not accepting backseating yet because I feel like I already have the solution. I want to map it out. But you can backseat in your head and then... Or tell me, aha, I see it. How are you so slow? Because I believe I have it, basically. I'm just trying to put it into action. No, I keep spitting this in my own face, and that is a problem. It's a serious problem. Let's constantly die to execution mistakes. No, I want to push the flower over to the right side, and I know how to do that. But I need to spit the flower into position first, which just allows... Well, requires me to have maybe a bit more accuracy with everything I'm doing here. Yeah, we'll just come over here, let the flower come out. Yeah, Paxman, hope you're doing well, incidentally. Okay, that was a fancy deflection. Here's how we're going to do it. Displace, like this. And then Yoshi can just grab... You know what? Yoshi can just grab and spit as well. Nope. Nope. Or I could have just been small, and that would have resolved a number of issues. Yeah, I'd assumed that it would just be a simple matter of spitting the flower to the right side, but it seems like the ledges are designed in such a fashion to stimmy that somewhat. I think I can do it, though. Using... Well, just one little adjustment we'll make. Let's get rid of the POW first. Get the flower back in action. And we'll drop it like this. Bad idea. This is going to end in a disaster again, in fact. Okay, let's... Nope. Alright, alright. Let's do this over. Too many input mistakes all over the place. Let's start over, grab Yoshi, grab all the other stuff that we need. We know how to do it. Mushroom over here. We will pop the mushroom here, grab the flower off the side. Secure access to the POW. Mario Maker puzzles and execution errors, yep. Now, naming a more iconic duo, would that be a puzzle or would that be an execution challenge? Because I think that's an execution challenge. So yeah, the idea right now is that I want to get a fire flower over to the right side because I'm going to be small. I'm going to move over to the right side. I'm going to grab the flower, pop open the ice coin, then we use the POW block to drop the coin on top of the note block. So that's the sequence that we have. And the POW block would simultaneously kill the muncher. So the POW activation at that point gives me both the key and access to the door. And so the only step we're missing right now is how do we move the fire flower to the bottom right. And I was hoping that it would be through a displacement. Although we don't need to do that on the same run. Here's the thing. We may not be thinking about this properly. In that, if you get the key using the coin drop, it doesn't matter what the state of anything else is, because once you have the key, you can just reset through this door all you like. Now, is there any reason that would affect my pattern here? Perhaps not. Because, okay, right now I'm holding a POW. Holding a POW and resetting back through here allows me to switch to holding a flower. That allows me to reposition the flower. Now, interestingly enough, I do not think that even with... Whoops. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Anyway, no, that's not what I meant to do. I'm trying to demonstrate something here. I don't think it's possible to... I mean, the twister clearly implies sending a flower through the twister on the right side. But... oh yeah. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see if we can continue here. Okay, I'm holding POW right now. What I was trying to test is using the POW to drop like that and then do an object spit through here. I don't think it's doable. I think it's positioned specifically to prevent that. That would be pretty cheesy anyway. I kind of want to try it. But it's, I think, pretty obviously not what you were supposed to do. Because I'm pretty sure that Yoshi's spit is not going to exceed the conveyor belt, and the conveyor belt will prevent that. I mean, obviously the puzzle wants you to send the flower through the bottom right corner. I'm just fooling around with alternatives for the sake of trying them out. So let's say we do this. Let's say we do this. Let's say we reduce our headroom a little bit. We would obviously not be doing this. Oh, yes, we would, actually. Okay. That seems surprisingly trivial. And then what's this whole twister thing about? I think we cheesed it. Or at least, well, we didn't cheese it, we found an alternate solution. Let's be kind to ourselves here. Okay, that works. Yeah, I feel like that was easier than doing anything with sending the flowers through the right side, but probably not the intended solution. Now, the 50 coins would be available to me if I take a POW into this room. Which we can do, because we would bounce the coins with the POW. I actually thought the conveyor is supposed to let you come back out the left side if you are big. It's actually supposed to be a small Mario gate, where you're only allowed to be small going left to right. But you can be big going right to left. I thought that was what its intended purpose was. Oh, whoops. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to grab the POW. That's okay, we can still do it. Because we don't actually need Yoshi for the clear. We can just take the POW with us and drop the 50 coins. And grab Yoshi anyway. Okay, let's go back to where we were. Pop this. There we go. Moral victory. And that's the one. Okay, that went well. Let's do some more. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see that. I do think the slope was probably supposed to prevent that. Because the way I navigated this basically just treated the bottom right as one big red herring. Let's take a look at comments actually in case any insight reveals itself. And thank you Paxman for the GG. If getting a mushroom in Yoshi's mouth is a step, what's the next step? And yeah, a lot of people who think they're clever. Well, puzzle solvers have to start somewhere, and it is a good one for a quick, smooth experience. Quite a nice piece of art there from Street Rat. Paxman, this is an interesting point about Yoshi damage. Yeah, that's a good point. Anyway, Thwompanions. Companions to the bitter end. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure you're right. It's funny because it's usually one of the first things I consider is Yoshi damage as a way of doing that. And I don't know why I didn't look at it there. Probably because I was deceived by the height restriction, in spite of the fact that Yoshi clearly should go through. Visually, it just doesn't always look that way. Companions to the bitter end. A door equals reset. Pink coins are a bonus, which we will obviously be doing. And this was made for Snowy. Right, because there was another big streamer collaboration contest. You thought it was overcomplicating it. Well, that's the experience. Oh, didn't expect a platformer level, actually. But I guess now we're at a puzzly segment. Okay. Ah, okay, I see. Whoops. I need to get on top of the swamps on the left side, too. Yeah, we need to keep them alive to escort them to the end. Okay. Ah, I didn't realize this was not a puzzle. We'll do it anyway, since we're here. Mr. Electrodude. Oh, welcome. So yeah, Electrodude, we started off the stream with the Strikers demo. I thought since I was on for the Strikers demo anyway, we might as well stay on for a bit of extra maker catch-up. Been mostly puzzles so far, but obviously not exclusively so. Oh, missed that. A little too slow. And so yeah, Paxman, the game is great. The network test, by virtue of being a network test, only allows you to pair in a 2v2 mode, so you control two characters, and a randomly selected partner, unless you have someone on your friends list, controls two characters. Now, that combined with the two different systems for character switching while you're on the pitch leads to a little bit of confusion at first in terms of which characters you're swapping to at any given time, because you control two, your partner controls two, and you kind of need to keep track of who's available for you to pass to if you want to pass to yourself. Once I got that sorted out, though, it went really well. And I also had a couple of matches that were with... so the reason they set it up as a 2v2 queuing system is because it permits people to queue up in couch multiplayer. So for most of my session, I was actually paired up with two people who were doing local multiplayer but controlling one character apiece. So they controlled one apiece and I controlled two. And it made more sense than how I'm describing it, I'm sure. Okay. Yeah, the game itself is great, but the demo, obviously being a demo, is pretty restricted in terms of what you can do with it. It's a much more, I guess, traditionally styled game than Mario Strikers Charged. Too slow. Which I was concerned about going in. Oops. Because, it's much less of a wild party game where everything is overpowered. And it's tuned to be more competitively fair. So the comparison that I had in mind was that it was sort of like going from something like Mario Kart Double Dash to Mario Kart 8, for instance, where the core of the racing Mario Kart 8 is much more balanced all around, but Double Dash had more toys to play with in some ways when it comes to the character-specific items and so on. It's interesting because this being the first Mario Strikers in 15 years, it takes a lot of clear inspiration from both Mario Kart and Smash, in that you get kind of the equivalent of racing for the final Smash Ball, and a much more Mario Kart style approach to itemization when it comes to bananas and shells and all that. And of course, when the last Mario Strikers came out, that would have been before Smash Brawl was a thing, because Strikers Charged, I believe, came out back in 2007. And so the last time we saw Strikers, it kind of predated such a thing as a Final Smash. And now there's a system that very clearly evokes it. But yeah, once I kind of got the hang of it, the matches themselves went great. I lost the first one badly and the last one badly, but I won all of the other ones in between over the course of the demo hour. So for those who are unaware, it is a free demo weekend with a timed network test. No, let's grab the coin. In Mario Strikers Battle League, which releases next week. And the network tests are spaced every 8 hours, I believe, and will continue into early Sunday. And so I managed to stream it today. We might be able to do a little bit more tomorrow before viewer levels, but we'll see. how the schedule is going to go. So yeah, today I'll probably be keeping it a relatively short stream. I won't be doing too much. Whoop. Almost missed that. We'll get out. Checkpoint with 5 coins in tow. That's a nice clear halfway point. And here's the train. Camera scroll is going to give me a little bit more to play with here. Oh, probably should have considered this. There we go. We'll open that up. And then... Oops, missed the wall jump. Yeah, so I'm on my Pro Controller right now, and I haven't actually done platforming levels on it in a very long time. Which is why this feels a little bit unfamiliar. Because I only remained on this controller since we started with it with Battle League earlier today. If I do any serious platforming levels after this one, rather than just puzzles, we'll probably switch back to my good D-pad on the Super Nintendo pad instead. Which is why I'm missing the wall jumps, by the way, because the directional inputs are totally off. And Electro Dude, I was actually thinking about Splatoon, because one of the interesting things about the Strikers demo is that you can consent to rematches in your lobbies as much as you like, so you can remain within the same party, like you could back in the Splatfest in Splatoon 1, which I thought was kind of sorely missing in Splatoon 2. Because in Splatoon 1, like, you could really stay with a group during a Splatfest if you've got a really productive vibe with them, as you'll probably remember. And so that was pretty much the experience I had with Strikers just now, was that, you know, we had a good thing going with the team of 2 that was doing couch multiplayer, and so we just stuck with them. Anyway, let's build this thing. That's a GG. And that's going to give me access to this thing here. And we'll pop out. Now, bullets, okay. Ah, it's a bonus game. So we need to hit as much as we can before the POW, I guess. Yeah, because the POW will drop the coins and put them in a position of expiring. Yep. So that's how it works. Okay, there we go. And yeah, Electro Dude, they're definitely keeping their cards close, I think, when it comes to any kind of new modes or material in Splatoon 3 so far. I mean, I haven't been keeping up with the incremental updates. Noticed a Mang record on this one, by the way, to Mang 69. But, okay, anyway, let's get back to the puzzles, which was the point here. Thanks for the GG. But yeah, I mean, so far they've just told us about the existing modes plus Salmon Run, and we just happen to have new maps and weapons, so it seems like a very incremental update, so I'm sure they have some kind of ace up their sleeve. I think it is actually high time for something like a Splattle Royale. Or something else inventive they can do in this format. I feel like I have done this before. Prisoner of War. And that this is a re-upload. But we'll take a look at it anyway. I'm pretty sure I've solved this one in the past. But we'll work through it. Paxman, I have heard of Card Shark. I have the demo sitting unplayed on my system right now because I've not had time to look at it yet. But there is a demo of it on Switch as well. Okay, maybe I haven't done this one. I don't remember. I think I did a different Eerie... Not Eerie. What are these guys named again? Why can't I remember what these guys are called? I've played this game for so long. Anyway, we've done another level in this theme, a puzzle level in this theme before, with Grokowski's set. I might have confused the two. The objective here, grab the bullet hats, eventually get over top right. Pipa, yes, that's what it is. Pipa. Okay, so the point of the Pipa is to work as an item reset to peel the bullet hat. Okay, that's very clear. So the idea is to use the bullet hat, possibly, or actually, we don't need the bullet hat, we could just do long jumps to toggle the on-off switch. But then that would block me from the blue block on the right side. However, this should be within range. So the idea, let's see. Okay, so let's see. I may have to mute here and there, just so you know, so if the commentary drops out suddenly for a minute at a time, don't be too alarmed. We'll just continue trying to map this out. But anyway, we know what to do with activating the on-off switch once, but I don't particularly see the point in doing so. However, if you reset, you should be able to retain the on-off state coming in. And yeah, so yeah, you drop on top of a Goomba hat, it seems like, so the Pipa works as a hat reset. And it does look like the on-off position resets going into this room every time, so you're not going to lock yourself out or anything. Now, if you take the bullet hat, you're able to go back over right to left. Remarkably, that's one thing we haven't done yet, even though it's the most obvious thing to do with the bullet hat. But then, I think the thing to take advantage of here then is... So I need to break the crate, which we can do if we, for example, set the POWs. Notice this slope. That's an interesting slope, because it means that we can probably do this with one POW. Also notice that long jump with the bullet is probably able to hit the on-off switch without expending the bullet. So, if I'm not mistaken, we can do something fairly simple here, which is drop one POW here, and drop one POW here, such that it is within range of breaking the crate. If we can get that properly. Whoops. D-pad error. Let's test the switch theory, though. That's not what I wanted to test. Huh? Brain fart here. Yeah, and then this is also going to work as an item check. No particular reason to... Not an item check, but still a working reset. No, the thing I wanted to check was long jump out of this position with only 1 POW on a stack, which does work. Next thing we'll check is this thing here. Yeah, so if I hit this POW, let's see, because right now the main thing is just we need to figure out how to blow up the crate. I was hoping that we could do some kind of placement here to, like, hit a brick from below. Then, for example, like, lodge it above the slope and then get that within range for a blast. Because the bullet hats... You have to remember... I was thinking about the kind of radius of the cannon box blast, but I don't think it's quite the same thing with a bullet head. I just want to test this thing, though. And of course, you don't actually want the on-off switch activated until you're past this point, right? So the idea is that I would want the bullet head to be alive long enough to sail through here. So the ultimate solution is that I would want the crate to be out of the way, but then I would want to long jump this to hit the switch without losing the bullet head. And then I would want to come across. And then I would want to do this, for instance. And that gets out. Oh, that's it, okay. I feel like I saw that ages ago, and it was just a matter of noticing the slope where you could place the POW under the crate. Alright, let's catch up on some more. These are quick. Thank you for the GG. What goes up must come down. Low budget puzzle sample. So yeah, this is a new contest that's been ongoing, where you're limited to 6 separate items as part of your puzzle layout. We playtested a few creations that are kind of in the works for this, I think. But it's a very new contest that's up in the puzzle Discord. Reach the goal of Spiny Mario. Okay, looks like this is just here as a cape stomp tutorial. Alright, and you lose the cape over here, so now the question is how to obtain it. That's how you obtain it. Now, if you do this, you would then have to stop like that, but then you would lose the spiny hat. Okay, that's why. And you also need either a cape or a shell to hit the on-off switch. However, you have access to more cape feathers. I think clearly the thing that you have to do is drop the shell into the claw, and then if it is in the claw, then you're able to stop it from dying to the stomp. Main issue with that, of course. So, you're supposed to toggle the on-off switch because that would allow you to get cape flight over to the left side, which would then allow you to go up to the pipe. we should reset this room. So yeah, grab a cape up here, grab the hat. Whoops, no, I wanted to drop it in midair, not like this. However, that does allow you to toggle the on-off switch now instead of later, because the hat allows you to take that 1 extra point of damage. Whoops, it's wrong, hang on. We were previously able to do this. There we go. Okay, and then we can reset into this room. And grab the hat and go. Is that really it? There's no way that's it. There's gotta be something else going on here. Oh, interesting. Yeah, okay, I see. Because if you reset the room, the spike ball resets the on-off state. I see. So you can't just exit out and come back in. And grab an additional shell. Which means that we cannot expend the shell as part of the path to the on-off switch. Interestingly enough, if the cape is coming up here, but the spiny shell is already occupying this location, can we then grab the cape feather by spin jumping? Whoops. No, never mind. I needed to let go of the grab button to do that, in fact. Let's see. Adjustment I need to make. We let go of the grab button, you can spin jump here, and as you'll see, you're too close to the pipe to actually obtain the feather. Whoops. And then now, okay, I kicked it, which is bad. Yeah, because if you drop it into the claw, I need to find a way to get it out of the claw, which is currently an issue. However, yeah, we need to think about how to displace these items then. There we go. So we can do that. But the issue is that we don't have a good way to re-obtain the shell now. Whoops. Let's see. I know I can do it. It's a bit of a weird flight position, but it's doable. We just need to kind of back out as we hit the ceiling. And then... hang on. We can totally do it. Just need to back up slightly. As you go. Actually, no, the idea, I think, is to ascend right at the wall. Like that. Problem is that without the spiny hat on, I still don't have a solution to the on-off switch here. Would need to probably grab it and fire it, and then stop it. Yeah, if you can fire it, the issue is that the blue block would kill the shell, so you actually kind of need to hit it with the cape rather than the hat. Yeah, that establishes that you actually do need cape rather than hat to hit that, which means that we should be thinking about how to displace the feather. Or at least obtaining a second one quickly. Actually, no. It should be possible for me to... yeah, so Muncher was blocking this earlier. But the thing is, if you kind of land on something hazardous, you kind of get the damage state Okay, sorry about the interruption. Alright, we'll see if we can stay on and continue, obviously. There is some possibility that I may have to cut off early and resume later, but we should be fine for the time being. Anyway, where were we? Trying to get the spiny hat going. Yeah, so I cannot use the spiny hat to take the on-off switch because it would be killed by the blue block. And I cannot refresh this room to get the spiny hat and have this in the off state, which I need in order to fly. However, if we're able to... Actually, no. We're going about this the wrong way. Here's how we're going to do it. I need to get into this room with 2 spiny hats available. In fact, I think that's clearly the thing to do. How do we do that? Well, it's not going to be resetting through this room while wearing a spiny hat because it would be peeled off immediately when we land on the spike over here. So that's not going to be it. However, and it's not going to be through the green pipe. Okay, so we can't do it because one thing I hadn't considered is that there is a semi-solid under the green pipe that makes it a one-way pipe. We're going to run out of time on this attempt. So yeah, the green pipe is a one-way exit. Interestingly enough, not only is it a one-way exit, but it's a one-way exit that's going to require the spiny hat in order to bust through this muncher. But we knew that already, that exiting with a spiny hat was going to be the end condition. So currently the problem mainly is how do we activate the on-off switch in a way that allows me to continue wearing a spiny hat afterwards. And it seems like the answer to that involves negating the damage from the icicle. Or breaking open the icicle and then going through somehow. And the invincible state from the cape landing seems to be potentially a big part of that. Okay, we know that we can't stop while the spiny hat is alive, I guess, but, or rather, while the spiny hat is on some platform. It needs to be on the claw. We would need to know how to reobtain the spiny hat after dropping it on the claw. So, for example, if I fall through it, it kicks the shell, so we can't do that. However, I can duck through it this way. Okay, so we know how to reobtain it. If we know how to reobtain it, then the question is there a way to leave the spiny hat in the claw but make it through the on-off switch? That is the main unanswered question. It seems like it would require me to reposition a cape feather somehow such that I would be able to take damage from the icicle and yet have a cape available to hit the on-off. However, perhaps that's not necessary. Let's once again think about this as, yeah, most consistent input seems to be to go up and then pull back slightly. And anyway, let's try to find a consistent input to get the stomp going, because I know I can stomp. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. You just kind of back out slightly like that. I think I spin into this. You don't spin into this, okay. But perhaps if you hit the icicle before the landing there. Let me see, because I was hoping that the spin fly would allow me, like if you hold left here. No, that doesn't work. I was hoping that the first point of damage would allow me to just get stunned out of flight. Possibly, though, what we should do instead is stomp down to right side. Nope. And do some kind of reversal. It's some kind of flight mechanic that is going to be involved here with breaking open the icicle and yet having access to this. I haven't quite determined what that is yet. I don't think it's a simple matter of wearing it and losing the spiny hat because we need to reobtain it somehow. And we need to reobtain it without the on-off switch doing its thing, so... if I expend a spiny hat, we potentially need to think about whether there's a way to get it back. One thing I also hadn't considered is... well, let's try it again. Go out here. Grab the spiny. I hadn't considered is whether... no, that doesn't work. I didn't really think it would, but... but possibly there's some way to break the icicle using the spiny hat from the side. It seems a little precision-oriented, though. I don't think it's going to be it. But suppose we reset from the top position. No, again, we can't reset from the top position because of the semi-solid rainbow. It's not going to work. It's just going to put the room back where it was. Now, the low-budget puzzle contest is limited to 6 objects. I haven't read the full rule set, but it's interesting that here the limitations are satisfied across both rooms. Because you have the 2 munchers, you have spiny hats, the on-off block. I guess it's based on part limit, perhaps. I'm not exactly sure. I haven't read the contest constraints myself. So the question is, because I know I'm only going to receive 1 spiny shell here, I should think about whether there is a way to you know what? Here's an idea. I think I know how to move the shell. Well, I mean, you can carry the shell however you want. I think if the shell is stacked on top of the muncher, let's see if it does what I think it's going to do. Because I'm thinking, like, is there a place other than the conveyor? Whoops. Oh, okay, I thought I was going to pick it up like I did previously. I don't know what it was I did differently that time that made it fail, but it's okay. Alright, so we're going to come out here. We know that we can use the spiny hat to reobtain the cape as much as we want. The problem is that icicle. Whoops, didn't mean to wear it. The problem right now is the icicle. Now, what if I did a spin down here? Nope, that's not going to work. We already know that that's not going to be it. The thing is, if I smash the icicle, is there a way that I can have enough time remaining to get through there with a cape handy? That is uncertain. But the way I'm looking at this right now, the on-off switch activation has to happen with a cape. It can't happen with a shell because the shell dies. The shell has to be obtainable almost last. You need to get out of here with shell plus cape. Cape whip with shell is potentially promising. You can always kind of get out in positions like this, for instance. We know that keeping the spiny shell alive... Stop. Okay, so the thing I wanted to try was this. Suppose we drop this on the muncher. A stop should actually leave the shell alive. No, it should not, actually, because it's a loose stack, not a hard stack. So, and as it would have to be a loose stack, of course, because it's the helmet rather than an enemy that's pre-stacked in the editor. Right now, the main concern is just how do we break the icicle? Let's rethink it. Amazing how it's always the really super low budget puzzles that... because, you know, you seem to exhaust your obvious options very quickly. They're so often about finding some kind of interaction that you would ordinarily really not consider, which is very easily overlooked. Which is why, in some ways, I find the low-budget ones a lot more challenging than more elaborate pieces with lots of locks and keys and incremental progression. Like, it's much easier to feel stuck early in these ones. Alright, so suppose we take the helmet. We know how to get the helmet onto the claw. We know how to get the helmet back from the claw, which is really important. We know how to use the helmet in this position to continue getting capes. I wonder how it was I managed to wear the hat again earlier. I did manage it. There we go. Good morning, Supernova. And yeah, Supernova, today's stream was really mostly an excuse to play the demo hour of Mario Strikers. We managed to get that out of the way. And so, staying on for a little extra maker on the side. I'm probably not going to be on for too long, though. We'll see if we can get back to your no put foot tribute level since you're here. And since I kind of need a lengthier session to clear that one. I don't know if I'll be able to stay long enough to do it today, though, but I'll try to make something happen. In the meantime, though... So yeah, if I fly in this state and I dive into damage... Here's an idea. You dive into a spiny shell. And you take damage from landing on top of the spiny shell. That's what it is. That's what it is. But that does require me to suspend this and reobtain it. And moreover, carry the spiny shell with me. So we need to figure out how to get the spiny shell back up afterwards. Because the idea I have in mind is, if I can accurately convey this, Let's see if I can demonstrate this. Notice how if you dive onto the spiny shell, you get a spin out of that. This is really interesting. I've never even seen this in a platformer before, I don't think. But I haven't done that many cape platformers, perhaps. Where you... Okay, let's see if we can continue. Alright, so if I can get rid of the muncher and place the shell here on the bottom right. And this is a really interesting interaction. However, it doesn't give me what I want, which is invincibility frames to get through the icicle. Yes, it does. It completely does. Or at least it allows me to land on a muncher. If I have invincibility frames to get through the icicle, then I'm in business. So what we really need to do is figure out how to get rid of the muncher while reobtaining the shell as an object that I'm allowed to carry. Look at that, it gets you into a spin jump state. This is really neat. You can just spin there indefinitely. It pops you into the spin fly. I think that's basically my path through the icicle. If I can somehow protect the shell from what I'm doing here. Like from the muncher kill. Because the only way I've seen to do that so far is the claw on the left side. Now, what happens if I... Well, no, I mean, I do need to claw, but... I know how to reobtain the shell as something to wear over here. What I don't know is how to reobtain the shell as something that I can pick up. Yeah, because I need to kill the muncher without killing the shell, but then I need to be able to carry the shell. Or otherwise find a way to drop it into that location that we see in the bottom right. And yeah, Supernova, like you were saying, I've never seen that interaction either. You would think that there would be cape platformers that use it by now, but cape platformers are kind of pretty tricky to design, just given the spatial requirements to begin with. I mean, which we're kind of getting around using conveyor belts, just as so many puzzles did back in Maker 1. We know that we can't just do a straight stomp somewhere else here because that kills both objects. But if we can find some way to spin it, perhaps. Or... what do we do this? Yeah, notice how the soft bounce on it does the same thing as the dive. And yeah, exactly, visibility is a massive issue for cape platforming. Especially because if you're making it half screen, you still have to constrain the ceilings, basically. Or you just wind up in the middle of nowhere. Even with the ceiling lock, I think. Or rather, you can, get on top of the top level. There's too much cheese potential all around. Now this has interesting potential. What if you bounce off the cape and then spin it? Let's see. or rather bounce off the shell and then spin it. Yeah, because if I can keep the shell alive during the stomp, then I'm in business. But do we see anywhere to keep the shell alive other than the claw? I don't think so. And dropping it, of course, would just drop it through the claw. Whoops. I keep putting on helmets by mistake, which is a massive problem. I do that with tons of helmet levels and bone shell levels, where I forget about the actions that occur when you're standing on the ground. I'm trying to puzzle through something else. So I'm thinking about this in terms of whether there is a way I can get to stomp, but in the course of doing so, whip the shell up into the air. Because, you know, the stomp can't actually hit the muncher. It has to hit the ground. Because otherwise you unstack it like that. But if I can find out how to, for example, lodge the shell in the claw and get it back as a held object, we might be able to do something here. Bang, welcome. Yeah, notice that if you drop the shell below the claw is within pickup range once you pick up the feather. So let's say we drop and then... I don't actually remember the input I had earlier to reobtain the shell, but the thing is that reobtains the shell as a helmet, and that's not what we want. We want to place the shell as a way to get invincibility frames. The problem is that it doesn't solve my muncher problem here. So, realistically, where can the shell go? It can be whipped. But can it be whipped in such a way that allows me to get the stomp anyway? I'm not sure about that. But for example, if you drop this here, and then you... Whoops. Was not what I intended to do. Interestingly enough, if it's not lodged against a wall, then what happens here? Yeah, so the best idea I have right now is to whip the shell somehow and then get into a stomp. Now this claw looks so suspicious. So suspicious. Also, this little slot here, whoops, put it on accidentally again. Also looks suspicious, this semi-solid bit. Because let's say if we did a spin, We can't get into a stomp after that, though, as we know. And we can't whip the helmet in the air for long enough to do anything else there. And for anybody joining us late, there is an on-off state reset going back into this room. That's why we can't just pop out after activating the off switch to reload the shell, or for that matter, reload 2 shells. Here's an idea. Could I ever have invincibility frames coming? No, they're never preserved in such a way that allows me to come out of the pipe, right? Because if I'm able to reset into this room and grab a second shell, that solves a lot of problems. And I strongly doubt that will be the case. But if we could fly in the first place, we would have done so here. But for example, if you manage to take damage here, carry the shell with me, and then put it on at the end. Well, no, you can't put it on. Like, if I'm still carrying it going into this room, it doesn't respawn, so it's not going to be anything like that. Also, dropping off the claw like that forces the shell on me, which is not what I want either. That's a nice way to gate it, in fact, and force the shell to be put on, except, of course, we could just fall through this. Nope, never mind. No, we can't. But if I carried the shell out with me, it would still take priority for being the first thing damaged as I come through here. So we are not going to be able to use the pipe reset, I don't think. We are supposed to treat this like one screen. Yeah, so if I can project the shell somehow. Kill the muncher. Use this shell interaction on the bottom right corner in order to get invincibility frames from the spin. Walk through the icicle, whip the on-off switch, re-obtain the shell. So the question is, how do we kill the muncher? How do we kill the muncher without losing access to the shell? That's the only thing here. You can kick the shell up. No. Let's see. Go down. Take damage. Where else can I hit with it? Like, you're restricted to going this way. You're able to take out the muncher by a slight alteration of the flight pattern. Oh, or by just letting up on the direction when you're going right. You just let up as you jump, and then do a stomp directly. As long as you... the ceiling as you go. Then you can take that corner, takes out the muncher. Here's the problem. Still don't have a way to dislodge the shell somewhere else. And reobtain it here, but if But I would need to grab the shell. Do I need to grab the shell? Yes, I do, because we want the shell here. This location. Maybe if we had another piece separating that from the muncher, or simply had some way to reobtain a feather from this position. I don't know if there's anything else we can do with the claw here. Now, we might be able to maintain... We might be able to do something interesting with claw momentum, perhaps. Nope. Oh! Oh! That's interesting. Hang on. We managed to fall into the claw, grab the feather, and re-grab the shell. How do we do that? Okay, no, that might be the answer, if we have that. Let the feather come in. Oh, okay, you can just do that. You can spin jump on top of the feather and re-grab that. Okay, that's easy then. Because then we kill the muncher. No, the problem is that if you do that, the shell is not actually in the claw. That's the problem, is that if you drop like this, the shell will die to the stomp because it is currently on the ground. That doesn't work either. If there's a way to do it so that it's in the claw, but then I dislodge it somehow and pick it up. And then maybe we can do something with this, but it does need to be actually in the claw. So the question is, can I fall through this somehow? And grab the shell? No, can't. Unless... even if the shell is in the kicked and spinning state down low, I wonder if the claw can re-grab it in a way that is usable. And yeah, man, you're making eyes here like you are wondering how I'm missing something so obvious. Well, here's the thing. We... how to do that? Let's kill the muncher first just to see what kind of state we're in. Whoops. Atlantis, welcome. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Let's wait. Now, if I kick the shell, then let a feather fall through into the claw. Drop in. It grabs the feather. The shell will be in a kicked state. It will not be in a kind of static object state like that. I don't see why I would be able to pick it up. But there's some kind of claw priority thing going on here that might be relevant. Oh! I just fall into it. Okay. I just fall into it and grab. I didn't know that. Okay, well, we've got it now. We've got it. Drop it here. Stomp into it. Nope. And then grab this. Okay, we're out. You literally just drop into the shell while holding the grab button. That was all there was to it. I was massively overcomplicating it, as usual. We do need to go straight up, though. Let's not fail the flight accuracy test. Whoops. Okay, up we go. As to clear. Okay, that was actually a really, really simple thing I was missing. It was just the kind of input priority sequence to fall into the claw and grab the shell without losing anything. I don't know how I missed that, despite trying so many different input styles there. Clearly, I'm not playing enough claw platformers that use that kind of technique. Supernova, since you're here, let's actually switch to yours because I don't know how long it will take or how long I can stay. However, I will need to switch controllers for it, so just one moment. And in the meantime, I'll also dial up that level. So, just give me a moment here and we'll get everything set up. Okay, controller acquired, and yes, and Mario, pretty much all of my streaming assets are my leftover screenshots from the Super Mario Odyssey photo mode. I had hundreds and hundreds of them sitting around from when I played Odyssey back in 2017, long before I ever started streaming, and naturally that was very usable as a stream filler in terms of interstitial cards like that, once I actually got around to setting up on Twitch. So that's my shortcut through not really being an artist. I just use the Odyssey photo mode instead. I should go back to Odyssey sometime and just do more photo hunting. In fact, it's been quite a long time since I looked at it. Anyway, this level we learned most of it. There were one or two parts of this that I still didn't manage to get the timing down for, but it is a clear condition level with 2 major parts and a practice shortcut. And I would like to string it together to get it to clear, so we'll see if we can do it today. Okay, so this is the first section here. I need to kind of remember how I was doing everything. You use the cloud, jump up here. Oh yeah, and then there's the vine from hell that's going to come right here. This annoying thing right here. It's the bane of my existence in this level. Whoop, there we go. Then we hit the bomb and then we bounce back and forth here while we wait for it to ignite. This is a Document tribute level. Document who recently, unfortunately, had a couple of levels nuked by Nintendo, including some that I still hadn't caught up on yet, which I had been unwisely putting off. And so, but as I probably commented before, things like the blaster drop with the bomb, that's a very classic Document style thing, because he loves those blaster gate mechanisms. Yeah, like I've said many times in the past, Nintendo's deletion of levels and the totally opaque process behind that with no real communication or appeal or, you know, any way to kind of understand what's going on or how to avoid it or do whatever. Like, that's the biggest threat to the health of this game in the long term. By a very long shot. I mean, this game could last much longer without that nonsense. Sorry about that. It's been interruption central here today, which is what happens when I run a stream I actually didn't originally plan to run until I saw that a Strikers demo was up. We will, however, try to continue. And whoops. And hopefully we're not going to run into too many similar issues with viewer levels tomorrow. Let's try to relearn this and continue. Okay. Anyway, this is the bane of my existence. Jump again. We'll make it twice in a row, which is unusual. Only to fail immediately afterwards. Now, there was something in the second half near the end, which was a timing that I never actually did wind up working out. Now let's, whoops, not quite. Okay, here we are. Pop this thing. Oops. And then we'll wait for the blaster drop. And then we continue. So we were a little slow on Wiggler after the cloud bounce segment the last time I was here. Nope. Nudge that edge. That's okay. Let's continue for the moment just so we can practice this a little further. Because I will need to review a lot of this stuff anyway. So this was, what, a bomb kick? No, it's a spin. It's a bomb spin onto the cloud. Okay. That's why we review these things. And then that gets me to the second segment. So the first segment is not too bad. I remember that there was a time check on a spin on a bomb in the later part that we should be aware of. In that, I don't think I'd ever actually passed the time check even in practice. So we'll see where the difficulties are going to come from as we go. Whoops. There goes my thought about practicing this. I mean, we're pretty much at the pipe in this segment anyway, so I think the idea here is that I'm going to try to clear this half without breaking a clear condition, and I will need to review the second half from the practice room separately because there were some things that caught me repeatedly last time that I currently don't remember at all, not having seen them in about 2 weeks. So you get this. Now, my Wiggler accuracy here is going to be slightly in doubt, but well. Oh, I'm way too slow here from just missing the climb completely. Alright, up we go. And then we'll bounce over here. Continue. Pop this guy. Okay, now we position the cloud to spin jump off the bomb. Then cloud entering the pipe does not break the clear condition, which we basically learned from this level. It's a very unique interaction here. Okay, this part. I need to find a shell timing that's going to get me across. Like this. Flops are going to come over. Flop goes down. And oh. I should really go for this vine first. Right side vine first, and then left side. Then I drop this. Let's continue practicing. Yeah, I really needed to go right side first, and that's the correction there. Okay. Here's another bomb spin. Ah, yes, and I need to maintain the cloud quickly enough. No, cloud pushes the platform. The cloud pushes the platform when a spiny is going in a particular direction. Then I need to hit the next bomb before the cloud expires. Okay. Let's do it from the top. Hey, it's actually been going pretty smoothly so far. But of course, the big buzzy shell at the top of the second section was a huge problem for me the last time I played this. And we just managed to get it accurately this time. Following it as it was going left to right, which seems to be much more sensible than whatever I was doing before. Yeah, I mean, you know, looking at the clear array, it definitely isn't that bad. It's just a matter of seeing the sequence of events first and not burning too much time on reacting to things. Whoops. Okay. And then understanding a few other adjustments that I need to make. So let's let the shell go back and forth so we can kind of time this accurately. That's a lot more sensible than how I was doing it previously. Amazing how going into it fresh and just rethinking those interactions from scratch can just make all the difference in the world. Only to miss the spin. Alright, let's pop this again. Nope. That's alright, we'll just put it together piece by piece. Up we go. I was very tempted to spin jump on that for some reason. That would have not been productive. Let's just not make any changes to things I know how to beat. Whoops. Wonderful hitbox on that guy. That was definitely my fault, but didn't really compensate for his chunkiness there. This has surprisingly not killed me too much today, this vine over here. This, however, has got me twice already, usually just to catch me after I'm still stunned by surprise at getting through Divine Climb immediately before it. Nope. Okay, bounce. 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 Okay. Then we'll go down this way. We'll try to maintain the method that we had earlier for the Buzzy Shell. Kick. And we could get it from this cycle, but I'd rather just reposition gently first. Do it the sensible way. Grasshopper over. Now you have to get quite low on the vine here. Have to be pretty careful. Tap this. Now we have to be really quick about the cloud. After we get past a mecha. Can't waste time on this cloud whatsoever, we just don't have any flexibility with it. Before we drop through the pipe, there we go. This is new territory. And we're almost at the end. Ready. That's what happens. Okay, well, best attempt yet. All-time personal best. So we're going to get a death marker on Boom Boom there. Just to make a point. That really disguised how much time it took to learn this stuff the last time I played it. I'm actually quite surprised at how smoothly it's going, given how rusty I am with this game from not playing it much at all recently. That we managed to retain most of what we knew from before. I mean, part of it is that a lot of the level is actually fairly blind friendly. I mean, some of the things like the spin jump on the bomb do require moments to think about the first time you see it, but if you just kind of stay focused for most of it and understand that you do need to do some things quickly, not really too punishing. Okay, let's just position myself. Take it patiently. Oh, what did I say about taking it patiently? Alright, let's pop that open. And then over here. Here. Whoops. The bomb first, perhaps. Before we do the whole back and forth. Nope. Yeah, like I was saying the last time I streamed this, between this and Pow Pow 69, I'm actually really kind of seeing this very open space for level design in this game for clear condition levels of this length and scale, which I think, you know, so far for mostly checkpoint-related reasons, people have been very reluctant to do. In spite of the fact that, you know, having this stitched together with the midpoint practice room and such, structurally it's no different from a lot of what you see in Kaizo. In terms of having to whip through it in a single segment. But there's definitely a ton of design space for clear condition levels that kind of properly give their concepts room to breathe. Which, in some ways, were kind of, you know, bullied out of existence by the community's checkpoint fussiness very early on in this game. Because you kind of need this level to be on this scale to really, see everything that it's going for in terms of having things like the cloud and bomb interactions properly develop over several segments, right? Supernova, I don't mean to imply that certain community attitudes towards checkpoints in clear conditions, I don't mean to imply that that doesn't still exist. I'm just saying that it's set in, I think, way too early in the game, much like a lot of other things on the community side of Mario Maker, which, with Mario Maker 2 specifically, I think too many things became standardized early on as conventional wisdom about the way level design should work, and that a lot of those assumptions are not actually borne out by either principles of game design or even principles of how Nintendo does their own games. The most obvious example would be indication, but secondarily it would be things like level length. Yeah, too many good sections not to put them in a level. Yeah, you have a good concept, just blow out the budget on this thing, you know? And the fact that you have practice rooms for the second half, as Mang did as well for Pow Pow 69, makes this something that's still something that can give you a sense of incremental progress, right? The only issue being mainly something that is more Nintendo's fault than yours, which is that once you have failed this particular clear condition, you can't tell anything about the hit detection in a practice segment afterwards. Which is why, for instance, it's important to introduce something like the cloud and pipe interaction in the first half here, for instance. Because if you only saw that show up in the second half, if you're doing the level through the practice room, you would not see how it interacts with the clear condition in terms of whether it trips it or not, right? Like, for the practice half and the practice door to make sense with the don't land clear condition, the base concepts have to be introduced into first half, basically. Like, there can't be any question as to, okay, does this trigger or doesn't this trigger once you're past the practice point, because you can only practice this level having already failed the clear condition on the cloud block under the door at the beginning. I think... I hope I'm making my points clear. I think it isn't too counterintuitive or anything. Whoops. And that's specific to this clear condition simply because the failure isn't something that you can just read for yourself without the game telling you that it has been tripped. Whereas with almost any other clear condition in the game, even if you have failed it already, you can still tell visually when you have failed it twice. Right? So, practice is something much more sensible. But this is one of the tougher clear conditions to work with in the game, I think. Perhaps the toughest to design around in a way that is still legible to the player, which is why the whole kind of no-put-put brand that Document named, and which Supernova is paying tribute to here, was ample space where good levels needed to come from somebody. Oops. Okay, mecha spawn. And then, whoops. Tripped over the corner. Well, we'll see how long it takes me to get back to the final screen after having seen it relatively early in this effort. Okay. Through we go. And we'll move that guy. And up we go again. Whoops, missed a cloud. That's okay, we got it. Salvaged a couple of positions here. It took you 2 years to make a level with that clear condition. Yeah, I didn't realize you hadn't used it previously. It's easier to catalog what you have done than what you haven't, right? Lecture Dude, you're saying cool concept, horrendously executed by Nintendo. I think it's the kind of lack of contact when you fail the condition where it just blasts the screen in front of you and lets the UI do the talking. Like, that's the main issue with it. I mean, I'm glad it doesn't just instantly kill you or anything, because you're still permitted the dignity of having a practice session available, but the practice session doesn't get you much if you don't understand whether that condition has been failed, right? So I almost wonder what it would have been like if they had set up this clear condition as sort of an instant kill upon failure. It would cut out a lot of the practice possibilities, and it would certainly cut out anything like a practice room, unless you gated it with an on-off switch or something to that effect, but at the same time, it seems like, you know, the failure state needs a little more tactility to it. The example I always reach for when it comes to this is actually Sonic Mania, because I think this was true of the older Sonic games as well, but one of the issues with Sonic Mania is that it's a great game, but occasionally you have these crush depths that are a little difficult to read. Like, you know, sometimes the hitboxes just don't quite feel right. And I realize that it's actually because when you die to the crush in Sonic Mania, again, there's no tactility to it. There's no, like, impact or effect or sound or feedback that indicates anything to you other than instant death, right? Like, there's no sense of contact. And it's amazing how important that is to most of the interaction to this game down to, you know, every block you hit and just the minor screen shake effects like that, for instance, screen shake from the POW. A lot of these things matter and that have been cultivated over a long period of time, and so I don't remember how it worked in the NSMBU challenge modes, because the NSMBU challenge modes had a couple of things like don't touch the coins, don't land, etc. I think it was instant death in that one, if I remember the no coin challenges in that game. It's been a long time. It's a decade-old game by this point. And I think a lot of people never actually did play much of the challenge modes. Whoops, I need to jump higher off that vine. Yeah, I'm not saying the instant kill would be a good idea. It's obviously not, but the effect really needed to be something other than blasting this display in your face. Also, the other thing, too, of course, is the thing I always complain about with clear conditions, which is that the UI just blocks your view on the very first screen. And so if you have people who design it in such a way that you have to react very quickly to the first screen, or have a lot of immediate movement, the clear condition just kind of works like the blooper ink in Mario Kart, in that it makes the level harder just by making it hard to see. Which is why it's important that you have this slow interaction on the first screen. That's a nice touch, and I'm sure it was something that you had kept in mind, that you know, it's not just all action right away. You do have a first screen that allows the clear condition text to go away before you continue. But a lot of things in the UI design were pretty obviously designed for portable mode as well. Like, the clear condition text, the way that it's laid out in the UI, only makes sense if it was designed for people playing in handheld. It's too bad we don't have a different UI scale for not playing in handheld. Okay. Anyway, let's go here. And then let's do this again. This is really satisfying as an ending. It's a lot of fun to do the whole cloud bomb there thing every time I go back there. Which is important, because that needs to be a really memorable segment in order to lead into the ones that are developing that idea in the second half. Yeah, I remember that in NSMBU, the don't touch the coins ones were the ones that were actually vicious, because, you know, Mario games have taken such great pains to train you to touch the coins. Whoops. What was that coin collection detector level that I played in this game? I'm trying to remember. This was way back. Where it was like a coin detector illusion. Whoops. Was that yours? Okay. And Teramis, welcome. And yeah, I'm sure it'll come back to me if I think about it. Whoops. First screen has two functions: teach the concept without SD locking you for going too slow, and get rid of the big text. Exactly. It's very considerate of you to do that. Okay. Up we go. And here we are. Okay, we'll pop that. Touch this. And down we go. It uses super global assisted loading, power up limit manipulation, and spawn blocking to work. Oh, the coin detector. Yeah, yeah. There's so much that still has not been done with super global loading. I've been playing with it a little bit in the editor, but I don't actually have any developed idea around it yet. I feel like, people who are aware of the tech may largely kind of be in the same position where, like, you're pretty connected if you know about the loading tech in this game at that level, but at that point, finding some application for it still takes a little bit of creativity and invention. But yeah, I mean, I've always said that. I do not think this game is technically exhausted or anything like that. Whoops, missed this completely. I think there's a lot left to explore. The main problem is that Nintendo doesn't always let us explore it. And yeah, I remember with the coin detector, I was really impressed by the implementation. It's one of those things where, even as a very experienced player, you can still recapture that feeling of saying, oh, how did you do that? And after playing enough of this game, it's very difficult to recapture that necessarily. And you've seen so much stuff, but I have the benefit of running a stream where a lot of the people who come by here are exactly the kind of makers who actually are constantly showing me new stuff. Whoops, that's not how I wanted to do it, but that's okay, we made it. Alright, this vine here has been a problem lately. Just need to hold into that jump a little bit better than we've been doing. Control these landings. Then work on this mecha without tripping over the corner. Nope, I tripped over the corner. Honestly, I don't think Nintendo particularly has a firm set of principles for it. I think like it's partly automated, but partly a lot of ad hoc decision making that's just based on reporting. And the problem is, as a highly visible maker, people will wind up just reporting your stuff for the hell of it to cause a bit of trouble. Oops. And so, to the extent that there's any kind of manual review or even with any kind of automated detection. The problem is that, you know, as soon as something does get reported, it's very easy for somebody to say, oh, that doesn't look right, let's just kill it off. I can totally understand, well, you know, some edge cases being deleted, but you see, in general, I'm sort of unsympathetic to the experience of endless players, for instance, who feel like they've been locked out of something because they can't be bothered to figure it out. And that's partly because I don't play it. Same with Versus, I just don't play Versus, right? So, despite the fact that most of the interesting things in this game completely break in multiplayer. Like, when you're talking about, you know, including more powerful tools or interactions, and people say, oh, but what if you do this horrible thing with it? I'd rather be permissive about that, because if people, you know, just try to wreck the game with the existing tools, or build, like, deliberate lag machine levels that lock up your game or whatever, you can just not play that stuff. It's still better to have the benefit of having a wide range of possibilities available to makers who will use that responsibly. No, the big issue is not even the glitch detection as such. It's that there's no line of communication or appeal, or any way to explain yourself or to ask for an explanation. And so we don't know what trips it up and what doesn't, right? Like, we can only guess. We know that a lot of momentum stuff does, as with... so both Meng and Major lost clown car levels, I believe. You know, like clown car momentum levels. Very similar to some of the hyperspeed tech that was still present in Maker 1. And also there's the whole intrusiveness of your local copies no longer having any installation from their status on a server once they have been uploaded. Like, I don't know who designed that system, but that's something that really shouldn't have been tampered with. Like, I think there's absolutely no threat to people glitching out the game all they want locally. Right? I'm certainly not the first to complain about this stuff, but it's one of those things that, like, people have said before because it is true that this is a problem. That their way of handling things like deletions in this game is just not well engineered. Like, it's not even that it's malicious or anything, it's just that it's not well designed for its purpose. Like, it's not hard to think of things that we can probably agree should be stepped on when it comes to the live servers. Anything that would outright break, say, the memory management of the game, or the game clock, or... And I say that as somebody who actually really has liked some clock manipulation or lag manipulation levels in the past, and wish we see more of them. Like, you don't want everybody to do that, obviously. Some people will definitely misuse it, but I wouldn't give up the good levels that I've seen for that trade-off. Of course, that's easier for me to say because, you know, I just avoid bad levels more than most people who play this game as much as I do, but... And yeah, man, that's absolutely right. People already make the most horrible stuff with basic tools like ground and spikes. But yeah, there are too many accommodations to, you know... Oh no, what if people run into this horrible thing in endless reverses? And it unfortunately drags the rest of the game with it, but... And the worst part, of course, is that it's discouraging to the people who would otherwise be best positioned to keep this game alive in the long run, right? Like, if you didn't have these issues with Nintendo deletions running rampant, you easily get several more years out of this game. I mean, like, you know, realistically, this game is going to go on anyway until there is eventually a Mario Maker 3. Just as discoveries were still being made in Mario Maker 1 all the way up to the last day. But the health of any kind of, like, customs community depends very heavily on people feeling like it is worth it to do this thing, right? Like, it's extremely time-consuming to build anything good. And you don't want to be in a position of asking yourself, oh, why should I bother, right? Like, before Mario Maker, one of my main games for many, many years, as several of you know, was StarCraft 2, and initially, of course, there was a ton of excitement about the mod scene in StarCraft 2. Especially because it was the successor to Warcraft 3, which is one of the most influential modding scenes of all time. Probably one of the most important things to happen to PC game history in the 2000s was the Warcraft 3 mod scene. But the thing is, like, you know, it wasn't even the tool set that was a problem with the customs in StarCraft, but the custom scene died off really quickly. Much faster than anybody imagined because of just a lot of mismanagement. Not deletions in the way that Nintendo does them, but a lot of issues with, like, region locking and file encryption and editor access, which was the same thing we ran into here, losing editor access going from Mario Maker 1 to 2. There were just tons of issues with that were purely avoidable managerial problems rather than anything to do with the software itself and what it was capable of doing. And, I mean, StarCraft 2 itself is a wonderful, wonderful game. Really one of the best things I've ever played, but I think nobody will really argue with the claim that the mod scene for it was a tremendous disappointment. Because all of the people who wanted to make it something special were burned out of it by bad decisions, and it's extremely unfortunate to see that process repeat itself with Mario Maker. Okay. Things like hidden walls would not be worse than the tools you already have, yeah. It's a little difficult to coordinate with a stream of this scale. But I would love to run a special sometime that is just the stuff Nintendo doesn't want you to see. Like, well-designed levels that are based on disallowed glitches or re-uploads of things that were previously nuked, or even if I have to just coordinate with people to show this stuff off on YouTube privately, it would be nice to do it on a live stream, of course. You know, just upload. I can grab it and then you delete. It'd be nice to showcase some of that for sure. Haha, no. Okay, we are 0 for 2 in this room. We just need to land in that one. The jump after that, like the right side platform is only a blocking piece going down. It doesn't matter going up because we're just going to go directly to the next vine anyway. Although it's going to be a little bit of a long reach on that second jump, and we kind of need to maintain momentum for it perhaps, but finally got back to that room at least. After an additional half hour or so of play. Whoops. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, it's certainly not the case that Mario Maker 2 is dead. I think, you know, certainly we get makers here all the time, like most of you folks who continue to keep it very much alive and interesting. And it's a little more focused than it used to be, perhaps. But even if one is exaggerating to say that a game is dead or dying, it's still a concern if the player base for a game is discouraged, particularly for something that is primarily a creative toolbox. In some ways, it's perhaps even more harmful to have a discouraged player base than a small but highly motivated one. Okay, let's go. Now let's move on to this a bit here. Okay. Jump this. Move this here. Nope. Yeah, I shouldn't assume that the final jump in this level coming out of that middle vine in the pit is going to go any better, considering that. And jumping off the side of vines has actually repeatedly been a bit of an issue for me in multiple locations so far. Alright, let's tap that. Tap this out. Yeah, I always feel like I'm a little behind on the mecha, and so I wind up jumping much too early towards it. When I should take advantage of the fact that the mecha is going to go back and forth, and I shouldn't really be in that much of a rush to position myself. That is leading to that issue with me jumping off the vine poorly and tripping over the corner. Whoops. Go. Okay, there we go. Tap that. And we'll take this over here and go down. Oops. But yeah, it's I mean, I recently received a really good glitch puzzle level. I'm trying to recover from my memory, like who it was. Some of you have seen it. The kind of chain chomp positioning glitch puzzle level that was sent here a little while ago and was sent around to a couple of the streams. That was apparently part of a whole set of puzzles that are only streamable live if the maker is around to upload and pull the creation. I should actually arrange to play more stuff like that. But, you know, it would even be better to have just a sense of what kind of mechanics are under threat. So I have the foresight to save levels accordingly before they become an issue. I know it was extremely regrettable, Supernova, that we lost the diagonal thwomp level. In spite of the fact that, you know, Maker 1 had its own issues with level deletion, it felt like exactly the kind of thing that would have stayed in Maker 1, because I think a lot of the stack manipulation was just a lot more flexible in that game, and it felt like a very Maker 1 style concept because of that, in some ways. Even though it relied on side thwomps and other things that are only part of the Maker 2 toolset. Okay. Didn't think I'd get back in the cloud there, but we managed to make it. Alright, let's see this thing. Okay. Let's not flub this one. On to tape. Okay. Hey, we were only... Well, I mean, it's a clear condition level, so I shouldn't say only a minute. Almost off of Mang's record. About 45 seconds off of Mang's record. That must have been really well optimized. I mean, we definitely did stall in a couple of locations, like the Big Buzzy at the beginning of the second half. Anyway, that's Big GG. Taramis, I will not be on long enough to actually solve your puzzle, but if you've re-uploaded it, I could at least take a look to see what's different in this version, as a bit of mental preparation. We've been defeated by it twice already. Of course. And Merlin, welcome, it's been a while. I should have another YMM Alumni Day as well, I think, because there are a couple of people who don't often get to stop by due to my streaming time. You know, people like Rybones. Gilmore stops by every now and then, but not so much lately. And of course I want to catch up on, well, a bunch of our old friends from that project. Let's take a look. Somebody... Oh, yeah, Sir Select already got the solution in the previous version, I think, so... We can take a look. Like I said, I probably will not stay to solve it, but I just want to see what's different. And we'll see if we can get back in position. Oh hey, I can land on the ground again. That's always nice to know. Okay, yeah, I can see that there were a couple of tweaks on this side. The icicles in the top middle changed completely to probably... It seems like it probably prevents some kind of cheese that would allow you to enter through one side or another, looking at it. And checkpoint placement, something's got tightened up, yeah. Apart from this top middle segment here, though, it doesn't look like anything that necessarily affects the solution would have changed. Interesting that that did happen, but anyway. Fixed a couple of soft locks and some cheese. So people who haven't seen this before, although I'm sure many of you have at this point if you've been on my stream lately. The object is to get through the door with a spiny hat and a P-switch. And my thinking so far is that I needed to have both the bomb and the POW available when I do that, because the POW is going to sit on top of the bomb and form the exit platform. I do not see any alternative to that yet, but it's also been a bit of an assumption. This is, by the way, for the low-budget puzzle series as well. So let me just try to recover what I did previously. It was hitting the P-switch. And then we take the bomb with us through. And then we drop the bomb, hit the P-switch again, take the bomb again, and then hit the block on top left without igniting the POW. Oh, I see the wall got kind of cleaned up on the left side as well. That's nice. Because it was a major quality of life impediment for me. Anyway, so this vine allows you to crawl up here if you have the spiny hat. But we need to respawn the bomb because I'm going to do something with POW here to get rid of the muncher without getting rid of the spiny hat. Also, the left wall is now fully solid because of no aiming required for up throws. Yeah, like I said, the quality of life solution here. And yeah, Merlin, in general, my streaming times have been really rough lately. I had several interruptions to this stream because I only got on today because Striker's demo was up, and I thought, okay, if I'm streaming a Striker's demo, I might as well stream Mario Maker as well. Speaking of which, for viewer levels tomorrow, depending on my start time, I might do more Strikers before that as well. Okay, we block this with the POW. We hit the P-switch, the bomb comes down, it blows up the question block activates the POW blows up the muncher, but not the spiny. The spiny then hits the on-off switch. This we've solved previously, it works the same way in this version. After that point though, we're in pretty big trouble. After this interaction, we've been jammed for literally hours. Yeah, I guess this would be some kind of counter cheese here, this opening by the on-off switch. I'm trying to think about how that would work. But we're going to grab the checkpoint. The checkpoint gets you directly to the on state, and there is no longer any way to get back to the on state. Because it does seem fully protected from bombardment, for instance. Because you can no longer... Not that we did it previously, but you can no longer get a bomb within range of the on-off. Logically speaking, I think. So at this point, this is where we've been stuck for a long time. And we've examined a couple of possibilities. First of all, you can wear the helmet or you can take the helmet, but you can't do both. Because if you're wearing the helmet and respawning through the door, you cannot come here without knocking that out of the way. I see that you tightened this up just in case. You can still send a shell through here. The bounce will drop the P-switch, and this has been the thing that we've been considering so far. There are two ways we can see to drop the P-switch. Either you blow up the block with the bomb, or you hit the block with the shell. And I have not seen other possibilities, although the fact that the bomb is accessible from the top does look kind of interesting. Now, the P-switch allows you to trade up to what? Well, let's see. If you do this, then you're able to spawn that vine up top at no real cost. Whoops, let's peel this. That was not what I intended. Also notice that you can punch through that with the helmet. Not that it's useful for me unless... Oh, you know what? We've never really considered this properly. Punching through this with the helmet. Mostly because it would take out the possibility of getting through that door, but possibly it could get me something useful on some kind of path that's before the final path. The main issue is that you need to hit the P-switch in this position, activate it somehow, which you can do if you're wearing the helmet. But then the bomb comes down and the bomb will die. And then you have this location here, which will no longer have the space available for the POW to give you a floor under the door. So let's see here. Anyway, we can drop this, come up here, and that gives me access to the POW as well as to this. So this is as far as we've gotten. So, we know how to get up here with the spiny head. It's trivial. You just blow up all of these blocks and climb up the vine, and then you get out. The main problem we have not solved in this level is how do you get the P-switch into the top half? And this question has been with me for quite some time now. How do we get the P-switch to the top half while having the POW available to serve as the platform down here? Because I think I see a distinct possibility for getting the P-switch to the top half if that comes at the expense of the POW. Oh, nice, because now that you sealed off the wall on the left side, it's much easier to stack this stuff as well. So for example, you can get the P up here, but then what do you do with the POW? That is a question. Because you need the POW to serve as the floor. And you can't take the POW through the door, but then you run into the same problem. But it could always be the vine. And POWs and up throws, of course, don't mix. Because they will smash against the wall. Oh, wait. Let's reset it again. Hesitated a little too long there. We don't strictly need to do this extra reset, but I prefer to do it anyway, just because it makes a few things easier, even though we don't actually need to do as much fussy positioning on the left side now as we had to do previously. Using the top right door as a reset point up top is one thing that I have not considered, and which might be very useful. You know what? That might be it. Let's say we go out to the top right with P-switch, but with no spiny hat. Then we respawn out of that area, and we come down and grab the spiny hat. Oh, you know what? You know what? This has been staring me in the face the whole time. Why don't we just use the top right door as a way to respawn into this segment, and then we drop off the P-switch in the top half? Funny that you place the door deliberately so you can drop the bomb and go up directly, but I still turn around for the bomb drop. Yeah, it's because I'm cautious about that kind of stuff. I know I can do a lot of accidental kicking motions or something silly like that. Anyway, let's recover what I was doing here. I have a specific thing I want to try, and I can't believe it's taken me this long to think about it, because I think it is promising if I have things lined up the way I think I do. Nice, I can now drop the P-switch as well without worrying about it spilling over. Is this seriously all there is to it? Or is there some complication I've forgotten? There is probably some complication I've forgotten. Also, previously, when the wall was not open on the left side, I had a much harder time doing things like this pow drop and doing this triple stack. Okay, no, the issue is that if I'm depending on the pow to get the P upstairs, then I don't have something to stand on for the right side, so I can't take the P with me. I still have to solve the problem then of how to get the P upstairs while the POW is still available for the door. Because otherwise, we just run into this. Oh no, actually the P bobbed up and down, so I didn't even get to enter the door, which was very unfortunate. Alright, let's do this. Say we take this guy. Let's take the POW, actually. Because that way you have the POW available without dealing with the up throw here. Yeah, because any kind of up throw with the POW with one column wide is going to blow it up. There's no point in trying it. Is this seriously all there is to it? This question will be quite funny in hindsight. Oh, I'm sure. Given that I've been missing something for quite a long time, to the extent that like the actual solution when I stumble upon it will be something that I think I will disbelieve I have missed. Everything else follows an intuitive enough sequence that I really feel like I've been caught out by something unexpected that was just overlooked. Either that, or it's funny in hindsight because this is actually something extremely complicated. But in general, I like the idea of coming back through the door with the P-switch, if I can do it. But that assumes that I'm able to get the P-switch up to the top level only using the Spiny Hat. Which I can do, I think. Oh, also I see that you connected a spike segment here to prevent the possibility of throwing the P-switch across to a safe location, which I was doing previously. Anyway, I do want to lower this for sure. Let's assume that I still need to power up here to get a door entry going on that side. So the question is, can I somehow escort the P-switch up only using the spiny hat, but without keeping the spiny hat? I barely missed solving the puzzle via cheese on the last stream. Yeah, it seemed like... I mean, I was definitely considering my options for blowing up the top middle block. I mean, that's what playtesting is for, right? Like, we're here to expose that kind of thing. But anyway, we now know about this. We know we can't jump into this location because it would deflect me back down. And that's... we would therefore not really be... yeah, thinking about that either. If I spawn Divine, but have the P-switch available, I would be able... well, let's see. Can I get the P-switch with the P-switch active? I think I can, but then I need to activate the P-switch again in order to... well, no. I mean, the thing is, I have access to the shell. I can up throw the shell if I need a vine. Which is important because it means I can do this. I can do this. Now here is how we're going to do it. I can drop the P-switch. The problem is I can no longer use the door because I have lost a bomb. But anyway, currently the approach is to try to exit with the P-switch so I can re-enter with the P-switch on the top level and then go down and grab a new shell. That's the best thing I can come up with for now. If I bust all this stuff down, here's the thing. What if I took the bomb with me through the right side? I can't because I would need to pick up the bomb, then stack two objects here. Also notice the P block that is above the door here. Oh yeah, no, because that just blocks the bomb spawn. Okay. So we know how to drop the P. We know how to drop the POW. I'm thinking about whether I can hot potato the bomb through the top right door, in fact. But it's located in such a way that I don't think I can actually get it out and get a platform loaded in time. So, for example, if I wanted to load P plus POW in the location where the bomb is currently sitting, and use that as an exit door while holding the bomb, and then come back in with a bomb, and then... there's no purpose to doing that. But using the bomb to drop the P-switch is something that I still haven't adequately considered. And which we should take a serious look at doing. So suppose I go up and grab the POW. And let's pop this anyway, since we'll need it, maybe. If I take the POW down below, I won't be able to get it back, but what can we do with it? If we start at the bottom of the POW, I need to think about where I can legitimately take it. Well, the thing I would be able to do with it is use it as a platform piece, the way that we're using the P-switch right now. And that would give me a couple of possibilities, because if I take it through, then we can do either POW plus hat or hat plus POW as we did before. Doesn't matter which. And we can use the bomb to drop the P-switch. Now, why would we want to do that? Whoops. My bad. Okay, let's go back to taking the POW across, because that's something that has been underexplored in all of our attempts so far, is what can we do with the POW on a lower level? We have a specific answer for that, which is we can use it as a platform, which would then allow me to drop the P using the bomb, if I wanted to do that somehow. Or also get up to the top location and drop this middle vine. Ahead of the current time that we're using for it. So suppose we take the POW. We come back here. Also notice that activating the P-switch at this point will give me an up throw location. If I wanted to just activate a P-switch directly, it gives me an up throw location, but then I lose access to the P. If I wanted to drop the P-switch, then I get a 3 stack up on this side, which then allows me to do what? Yeah, as long as I activate this block here, then I'm always able to get out with the spiny shell. Now, if I use the bomb in this location, which we've tried a couple of times before, it drops the P-switch, but then why would we want the P-switch to be alive at that point? That might not make a lot of sense. Why would we want P-switch down, but bomb eliminated? Why is that ever useful? Anyway, the spiny shell is able to, because if you use the bomb to drop this location, then I'm able to come up spiny without having activated the P. Let's see some of the possibilities at least, because we haven't really played with this enough. Activating the P-switch at this point allows me Well, I mean, activating the P-switch at any point allows me to lower this vine here. But the whole point of lowering that vine there would be to potentially carry the P-switch up the vine, right? Like if you do that. However, we just need 2 pieces on the right side now. If I did something like shell plus POW on the right side now, I would have a door available for the P. So can we actually get all of these objects up? I don't really think so, but then step on a P and drop the vine again. You can't have the P active going into this door though because you lose the bomb. I'm still thinking about the P block in the top right. Like why you would want... oh no, it's just a bomb spawn location. But I wonder if it's usable in some other way. Like if you activated a P switch and then dropped an object on top of that. And so you would have something dropped there on a timed P expiry. I don't think so. Anyway, we have the ability to bust through all the blocks in the center column. However, we don't have any kind of way through that door. Activating a P-switch allows me to up throw into this block as before and climb. But that isn't a way to get the POW back up. If the POW drops down here, I need to think about whether there is a route for the POW to get back in position, because this ledge here seems like it specifically denies any kind of up throw of the POW from slipping through. If we just use it as a platform, though, let's see here. I used the bomb. I dropped the P. Was there any purpose to dropping the P? Let's see. Dropping the P without expending the spiny hat. But that requires expending the bomb. I wonder if I can do something to burst this left column down first ahead of time. So for example, if I take the P through, whoops, through with me, just get it out of the way. Let's get the vine going as well. We're just about back to territory we've gone over a few times before. Activate this. Activate this. Now you know the P isn't going up here. You know you can go up here. I also know that... Whoops, I didn't mean to bump it like that. Yeah. If you have an additional piece to stand on, I think I'm able to do it. But then that would use up the POW. That's actually okay, I think, because... Well, let's... Go back and try a few things. This donut block is interesting. That's one thing I haven't considered either. We're going to hit timeout on this one, of course. Now, I might stick with it for just one more timeout. But this is mostly just an opportunity to get caught up with this and see it with fresh eyes before we have to log off. We know how to grab the P. Yes. The main thing I'm considering is, you see, the logical issue here is that if I want to get the P-switch out the door on the top right, I need to get the P-switch out there in the first place. So why would that be any different from the current problem? Because it means that if I get out with the P... Oh, that's a bit of a problem, because when you respawn in, the bomb comes in and drops on your head, right? Like, if you're holding a P, you exit out the door, then you come back with the P. The bomb drops right here and falls on you. And so you can't just come back with the P-switch and expect to head past a conveyor. Unless you have some means of dealing with the falling bomb, so... So yeah, that's a definite problem for that ambition. Okay, so you have a POW. Jump up. One thing I haven't considered is a repeat of what we had earlier with a kind of remote POW activation doing a ranged effect. This is something that has already been taught to us by the level once. I don't really see what that would affect. We don't want to destroy anything. We want to maintain the bomb, if possible. Let me just demonstrate this. If you maintain that, and then let's say we drop this. We can't activate a P-switch because it blows the door. Oh, whoops. Jumped prematurely. Bad idea. I'm thinking about breaking that top middle block with a vine as well. I doubt there's anything that will get me, but... Ah, here's something interesting. Notice that the question block up top is on a semi-solid. We know that there's something above the question block because it needs to be blocked in order to send a vine down below. Camera is confined in such a way that I won't really be able to see what's up there, but let's watch the camera again. Okay, everything's still in this position. Alright, let's drop this over here. Spawn this. assuming that we need power and bomb over there. Yeah, the thing is, now I'm thinking that the strategy to take the P through is not quite what it needs to be then. I was hoping to take it through here. Possibly with another secondary interaction again. Like you pop this and then... Pop that. Problem, of course, is the bomb. That might not be a problem. Oh, well, no, it will be, but... I wonder if I activate a P-switch, how quickly I can grab a second P-switch. Now, why did I do that? What was the purpose? I'm trying to double up on the P-switches somehow. And also, I did that too late for the P activation. Okay. We need to think about this multiple door interaction again. P-switch. We'll grab a second P-switch. We'll hit the vine on the left side. Spawn this down. No, because if we reset through the door one more time, then we can get the vine and the spiny shell. Okay, no. Timing's going to be tight for the P-switch expiry. But I think this might be a breakthrough. Maybe. We've had a few bouts of false hope in this one. Oh, whoops. Hang on. Let's peel this off. Let's do this again. Okay, I have something very specific I want to try, which, you know, this has always been at the back of my mind, even since the first session. I don't know why I haven't tried it until now, like this multiple usage of the P-switch state that I want to do. Activate a P-switch, go through the door, drop a second P-switch, go through the door again to respawn the shell, hit the vine on the left. No, the problem is that you're missing the bomb if you do that, but that might be okay. Okay. So we've got a couple of things now. We have everything but the bomb. We have everything but the bomb. So this is new territory. This is something we haven't seen. And it's important because we now have the P up here. We now have this. So for the first time we have the P upstairs with the spiny shell available. What we do not have is the door. So we need to figure out. So we can get all three objects upstairs, I'm pretty sure. Except perhaps the spiny hat. The spiny hat I actually have to wear because I don't think I can pick it up without running into it and wearing it as a hat. Unless we... I mean, we can take the P back up as much as we want now, so... "14 seconds left." Okay, no, we'll take this time out because And I'll keep going because I am doing something new. I'm just looking at this and thinking, we're missing the bomb now. But I wonder how much of a problem that really is. Let's see. This is something very, very new. So it is full of possibility. It's really the first new thing I've seen here in quite some time. And the main issue is that we're losing the bomb in it. Here's the thing. If you position the P-switch, this is something I've thought about for a while, that if we position the P-switch on top of that block and then we up throw towards it, the vine should go down. But the thing is, you can only do that if you're bracing yourself with the POW down below, unless, of course, you have another way up. Well, let's try this route again anyway, because we haven't explored it properly yet. P-switch, drop the P-switch. Catch the P-switch. Now the issue is that I'm thinking about this in a way that only really works in the present layout. It would not have been something I tried previously because in the other versions, the up throw would have been too fussy and the timing from the door would have been too fussy given its previous placement. So given my knowledge of prior versions, that makes me doubt that this is actually the right approach. But the other versions can't see me here now, can they? So, I'm able to grab the spiny hat now and punch through the middle and climb through. I'm able to wear the spiny hat and have two objects available for me. This means but am I able to carry the spiny hat up? And that I think I can't do. At least I can't take it through the door or anything. Having the P-switch up here is potentially powerful, though. Because now it allows me to think about this thing here. Because if you have a P-switch active, yeah, because all this time I've been thinking about, like, what if you ride something down here and this corner will disallow it? But will it actually disallow it, or is there a way to set that up? That's what we need to think about. Know how to grab this. We know how to sneak up the right side with those icicles, but only after the P-switch has been activated, which we don't want to do. I can't really get around this unless we have some way to do the up throw and bump it over to right side. We might actually be able to do it. What if I take the P-switch back down, since we know how to raise it? Leave it here. Whoops, we don't want to accidentally do anything with that. Whoa, that's not what I wanted. Let's continue to try this route. I have my doubts about it. Because I still can't see how to close it out. The thing I'm going for right now is trying to see if I can get all of the objects up such that even if we're missing the bomb, we can do a Spiny Hat and POW stack on the top right, which would allow me to exit the door with the E. We also know how to make a P and POW stack on the right side to allow me to exit the door with the shell. But that runs into a problem almost immediately afterwards, in that if you respawn through this door into this room, bomb drops on your head. Anyway, okay, let's do this. Nope, timing mistake. That's not gonna work. Let's try it again. Now, of course, if you just take the POW down with you, it is possible to do a POW bump off the left wall. No, because it's not low gravity. I'm still thinking in terms of that POW bump puzzle that we did previously. You know what? We should run a test of something that I have in mind. We need to run a test. Okay, let's come down here. Then I'm able to drop the POW over my own head somehow. If I'm using a vine. No, that's not it. What if I hit the P switch, take the POW with me? Hit the P switch, take the POW with me, take the shell, up throw, then I get a vine, P switch. I still have no way to take the POW back up. Like, if the POW comes down to the bottom half, I just don't know what to do with it. Except... hang on, let's drop this thing for a moment. We'll try this route again. Oops. Overshot completely. Okay. We got this. We got the P switch available, we can grab the POW, we can also have the helmet, if we so choose. At some point I should seriously consider actually wearing the helmet so we can take 2 objects with us through one particular round. I'm just wondering why I would want to do that. It would need to be the P that comes back here, otherwise the P switch is stuck here again. We need to get on top of the P and the spiny to go up and grab the POW. The POW... let's see. We know how to raise the P now. We know how to create an exit. But despite being able to get the P upstairs, we're still missing something. So, what if I grab POW in advance? I hit the P switch. I run around, grab the no, because if you hit the P switch and come back here, shell is not available. That is a problem. And if I take the POW with me, that's not going to give me the up throw that I wanted. Any kind of up throw on the POW is also going to hit. So I can't get the POW back up unless we do P switch plus spiny, in which case, whoops. That was not what I wanted. Or was it? You need P switch here to make that work. Need P switch here. Then you need the exit. POW is way out of position. Oh, no. Yeah, any kind of upward movement into the POW will kill it, so that's not it. We know that. Far too much experience. You know what? You can totally drop the POW on top of the conveyor and get on top of it in time. Which means we can do it with this route without the bomb. I was thinking that you couldn't actually get on top of the POW in time to do that. About 90 seconds. I want to try this. Is that seriously all there is to it, is what we said earlier. And so we've actually been assuming that we needed the bomb and POW stack all this time, and maybe that's the blind spot. Several hours worth of blind spot. It would be pretty hilarious if this were actually a solution, which is why we're going to try it. Okay. Okay. Here's how we're doing this. Now we take the P. Upstairs, we take this. That creates a path for the spiny. We take the spiny hat up. We're going to wear it this time. You know, given that we could have just worn the spiny hat up, we didn't even need to do this. We just needed... maybe we did. Ah, I see the problem. If you drop the POW, I would need to pick up the P really quickly. Ah, that's the problem. Okay. Because otherwise I'm not going to make it to the conveyor in time while holding the P. Whoops. And I'm also not going to make it to the clock. Okay, here's another timeout, but this is close enough that it's worth trying. Because why don't I just then do P-switch plus shell. E activation on a particular round allows me to drop. Oh no, let's just repeat what we were doing. Take this through before the P-switch expiry. Pop that. Pop this. And this. So here's the issue I'm running into. It's that I have to drop the POW, but then I have to pick up the P really quickly to get on top of the POW before it falls off the conveyor. Also, I'm not even engaging with the central segment, and that makes me concerned because it means that this is probably not the solution. Whoops. Oh, and I lost a shell. Okay, fine. But the thing I want to demonstrate is this. Suppose we have the POW here in this location. What if I drop the POW here? No. This might be what the P-switch here is all about. That you can set the POW on top, activate the P, get through there with a spiny head. Still don't like it. We're still missing one or two things. You know what? No, I know how to do it. You do a kind of diagonal stack. Such that when you pick up the P, the POW drops on the conveyor. Like this. Positionally, this is a bit tricky. Oh, no. Tried to get on top of that, and we slipped. But I think it has potential. It seems a little too execution dependent, but maybe it's a potential cheese, which would make it worth discovering. Anyway, let's do it again. Hit the P-switch, come through. Drop the P-switch. Up throw. Take this up. Take this through. Take the hat. And yeah, I'd have to wear it. Because up throw here, I'm not going to be able to beat it. I might as well... Oh, no, that was a... Okay, no, that's okay. This is salvageable. I was thinking I could no longer activate this, but yes, I can. Up throw. Let's bust all this down just in case. Then we do this thing here. Diagonal stack. Whoops. Oh, accidentally hit the POW. Okay, that's too bad. But let's just do a quick proof of concept here. Now that dropped into it a little bit too low anyway, but supposing that I start with a P. Yeah, there are a couple of problems with this route. First, it presumes that I can actually drop on top of the POW without bracing it with the bomb. Second, it doesn't actually engage with the central section at all, or the vine climb. And it's possible to do it completely without the vine climb, which means that it's probably not intended. The entire central vine climb here seems to be a way of accommodating the inability to do anything useful with the top left vine past a certain point. Okay. Let's do this. No, that's not what I wanted. Is it what I wanted? No, it's not what I wanted. I wanted the P-switch active, and I want to throw a P-switch. To have the P-switch active at all going into this room, though, because of the way it kills the bomb, may just not be the solution. But it seems like I've exhausted most of the possibilities of coming through here without the P active, and so... that is generally the concern. However, if I took a POW through, and then I stood on a POW and did an up throw with a P. Okay, no, I have to try this. What about this? Take the hat. Drop it on a P. Take this up. Take the POW. Dump the POW. Come back down. Hang on. Let's move as much as we can. So this is as high as you can go with the P without hitting the block up top. I was hoping to get the P up there on top of that slot and then up throw the shell into it. It runs into the same problem that the POW remains on a lower level, and that there's no way to get the POW back up. In general, I just don't see a scenario where the POW goes down to the lower level. If the POW goes to the bottom half, it's stuck. Unless I take it through the icicle here, but then that leads to all kinds of other complications involving the bomb, so... Can't believe how long I've been on this step. This has been surprisingly perhaps one of the tougher one-screen steps that I've actually stuck with. Anyway. Yes, let's do this. Has to be one of the puzzling grocery store visits? Actually, no. I wouldn't say so. You have no idea how trapped in indecision I can be when it comes to groceries, and how much trouble I have getting one bag at a time through the door. Oops. Did I want to do that? Yes. I have access to these 3 objects. I'm still considering doing the POW drop on the right side and just picking up the P quickly and getting on top of it. Let's do this. Analysis paralysis when choosing groceries. Yeah, apparently people make lists for that kind of thing, but then there's still other decisions to be made along the way, right? Just go to a grocery store out of state without a friend or family member. Now, why would you want to do that? Nope. Oh, no. All that was lost. No, it wasn't lost, because what we're going to do is we're going to do something probably totally useless. No, because we already know how to go through the door with the helmet alone. This gains nothing. Yeah, no, that was accidental. I obviously didn't mean to do this, but... And you have to reset through the beginning. Yeah, okay, no. I forgot that you have to reset through the beginning. You can't reset through this door anyway because of the way it drops. So, a lot of that was completely immaterial. Notice too, 3 blocks to prevent you from using the bomb on them instead. Yeah, unless you're able to stack 2 objects here. That's not happening. So you cannot pop back out of the door. You really do have to take both objects at once. However, we looped back in here with helmet and helmet. Is that useful? No, it's not, because we can't drop the P anymore. However, if you... I also think, like I was saying on the previous stream, that doing these activations on autopilot and busting through them might be a bad idea as well. It could be that I want to brace to P and not drop it until later. But that was when I was still thinking about the strategy of breaking the top center block and then up throwing through it. No. Anyway, that was a run caused by an accidental P drop anyway, so let's not do it. Let's try something else. Let's try something completely different. Okay. This will be the last time out. I said that probably an hour ago, but this time I do mean it. Of course, maybe we fail for totally different reasons that are not a timeout at all, and then that will reset that condition as well. Okay, I wanted to drop this like this. And I wanted to snatch this away to release the POW down below. And then previously I just messed up the execution, so... Let's see we stack that. Let's stack the POW on top of it. The last time where I don't mean it. Yeah, exactly. We want this for some reason. Not that I've been using it. I'm gonna bust this open. Yeah, this is just sealing. Door sealing. Nope. Tried to get through there, and that was not it. We need the bomb. We need the bomb. And unfortunately, if we ever do this P-switch activation strategy, that is just not going to happen. So, yeah, we need to rethink this, because I just don't see a way to do it while killing the bomb. And I think the idea is that you're not supposed to be able to activate this top left vine, or rather that it doesn't get you anything. Because we just haven't engaged with crossing the center. Now, we know that at some point I can peel off this helmet from damage. We can also activate this block. And then break it. Maybe. Except then No, you actually can't. Yeah, the sort of smash and break strategy on the top middle looks like it's kind of a dead end. Anyway. We've been defeated by this 3 times now. I don't know if we exposed anything necessarily. Yeah, I was actually wondering, you know, should I adjudicate that as a timeout if it's not a death to that, but that sort of artificially extends things by longer than I'm able to stay today. So we have to call it. Now, I don't know if we exposed anything that would require further revisions. I don't think we necessarily did. It doesn't seem like I can drop onto POW because, again, there were too many things weighed against that. There was the fact that I wasn't engaging with a central section. There was also the fact that the top right corner seems specifically designed to prevent following the POW down the conveyor quickly enough to get through the door. And the big shy guy, that's hardly a GG. Unfortunately, this was my 3rd time trying out this puzzle in various versions, and we've been defeated every time so far on this last step of trying to figure out how to get the P-switch up with pieces intact. Anyway, Big Shy Guy, I hope you've been doing well. It's been quite a while. Supernova, move to a time zone west of me. I will follow up on that at some other point. I actually am spending part of the summer in a more western region, and there will actually be some schedule changes that are associated with that, but that's assuming I can keep on streaming at all, which will be in question. But we'll try to make it work, and we'll try to make this puzzle work. And yeah, it's definitely a puzzle that I've looked at closely enough at this point that we've definitely been putting it through some stress tests when it comes to cheese. So even though I'm not doing any particularly technical cheeses. Just kind of exploring the different things that people might try while running around the actual solution. We're sending you folks on to something else. We will likely do viewer levels tomorrow, but I may hold off until after the Strikers demo period, which possibly I'll stream in, like we did today. But we'll see if that makes sense, and whether I can make it on time. So, thanks for watching. Thanks for enduring all of that. We still have to beat that puzzle. But we'll send you on to somebody else first. And as always, have a great day. Have a great week if we don't see you soon. Happy streaming for those of you who do it. Happy making for the rest of you. Above all, fare thee well.